Coming to you live from Studio 31 at CNA in Summerlin. Welcome to coverage of the 2021 NHL Entry Draft on Fox Sports Las Vegas and all across the Vegas Golden Knights streaming platforms. Hello again, everybody. I'm Dan Duva, alongside Stormy Bonantoni and Gary Lawless. We'll be joined by Dave Gosher and Shane Knighty a little bit later on. It's here. The 2021 draft is upon us. We will have live coverage not only through the first round here tonight, but also rounds 2 through 7 tomorrow. We'll have Kelly McCrimmon joining us in just a few moments. Let's start with you, Stormy. How do you feel about 2021 draft coming to us live here from Summerlin? Another remote draft, but we are here to bring it all to you.
Yeah, it's definitely another year where it's a unique situation, but I'm excited to be a part of the coverage this year and be a part of just seeing so many young athletes see their dreams come true, get to know that they're going to get to put the cap on and get that feeling of have their name called for a professional NHL franchise. It's a really special day for everyone involved. It'll be really awesome.
There is some breaking news that we'll get to, but Gary, the Golden Knights are going to factor into this first round. They, for the moment at least, still have their first round pick.
Yeah, we'll just kind of keep an eye on things and see what happens. This is actually, with all these deals going on today, I have been kind of like, this is weird. This is the quietest that George McPhee and Kelly McCrimmon have ever been in one of these situations. So we'll keep an eye on things. The last time they made a big move on draft day was they flipped a pick with the San Jose Sharks, and I can remember they had their pick, and Kelly McCrimmon, his phone rang a few minutes before. And when you're there in the room at the arena, it's a lot of fun because you watch the general managers on their phones. They have their cell phones, and then they have the draft phone that they can call in their pick, or they can call other GMs
like
on
the hotline. Right?
Yes, exactly, the bat phone. And McCrimmon, he picked up his phone, and I'm scanning around, and sure enough, I look over, and Kevin Cheveldayoff from the Winnipeg Jets is on his phone, and Craig Heisinger, the assistant GM there, is kind of leaning in, almost wanting to know, and I just the slightest imperceptible shake of his head from McCrimmon, and he hung up the phone, and it was the Peyton Krebs pick. The Jets wanted Peyton Krebs, and they knew that Bobby Lowe's was really high on him, and that Vegas would probably take him. So they were trying to say to Vegas, hey, let's switch. And Kelly wanted. He knew Craig Heisinger's two of his sons work for, they're now called the Winnipeg Ice. They used to be called the Kootenay Ice.
Kootenay Ice, sure.
And two of his sons worked for the team. One of them has the GM. They knew all about Peyton Krebs, and they were telling their dad, you got to get that pick. You got to select Krebs. Because remember, he fell. He had the Achilles injury, and he dropped down. And we started to see who that player is when he joined the Golden Knights late this season after his Western Hockey League, their weird season that they have, and it was fun to see that pick start to realize his potential.
We'll be joined by General Manager Kelly McCrimmon in just a moment. Once again, to set the scene, the Buffalo Sabres are the first team to select. They won the draft lottery first overall. They'll be followed by the Seattle Kraken. They sort of won that second lottery, moving up from 3 to 2, followed by the Ducks, the Devils, the Blue Jackets, the Red Wings, the Sharks, the Kings. And then we'll talk about the Arizona Coyotes, who were not supposed to have a draft in the first round, but they made a deal with the Canucks, so we'll get to that in a little bit. But first, we'll go to the general manager of the Vegas Golden Knights. He is Kelly McCrimmon, joining us on a very, very busy day. Kelly, it's Dan and Stormy and Gary. How are you?
Doing well. Nice to see you.
Well, thanks for taking some time out for us. What has today been like for you and the staff?
It's an exciting day, and in some respects has the feel of game day to it, where it's the first thing you think of when you get up, and there's some things that everyone needed to take care of this morning, and had the opportunity to spend a little bit of time with Bobby Lowe's, who will be running the draft tonight, along with Scott Luce, and a special day for them. And I think around on the NHL calendar, it's generally regarded as the most important day of the year.
Kelly, this is going to be maybe one of the more unpredictable drafts that we've ever seen, but you said yesterday that for you, the more uncertainty and chaos there is around the draft, the better you feel. What do you and your scouting group kind of do to like revel in this challenge? What do you enjoy about it?
Well, it was a funny year because, of course, we drafted in Montana in October, and then, at the time we left Montana, there was so much uncertainty with every league around the world, really, and I think a lot of real concern from our scouting staff, certainly, but I'm sure all 32 NHL scouting staffs were worried that they were going to be able to get coverage on different leagues. I was pretty confident all along, as I touched on in my media availability yesterday, and the point you're just making, that our staff has got great experience. We've got really senior people, tremendously hardworking. They traveled the world, and they were able to get coverage in all of the leagues. So each time, we would have Zoom calls, or each time we had the opportunity to meet in person, there was more and more clarity coming for our own staff. The only league that did not play this year was the Ontario Hockey League. So some of those players from that league, some of the top players played in Europe. Some of those top players did play in the World Under-18 Championships, which were held in Texas. That was a really important event. And then there was a group of players from Ontario that put together an event that was held in Erie, Pennsylvania, that also gave us some viewing. So certainly much different than a normal year, but did help to give an opportunity for our staff to see a lot of players. So really, when we brought everybody in last Friday, they worked every day at different things, and spent a lot of time on predicting where the draft would go and at what point. As the point you make, the draft, any year, starts to go different directions, right? I think what you see a lot of times is, the top 10 picks, although not in order, would be pretty consistent maybe throughout the league. Maybe it's in a different year, it's the top 8 or the top 14 or whatever, where there's not a lot of surprises. This year, that'll probably happen a little earlier. And again, I made the comment yesterday, in 2 or 3 years, people will know where those hidden gems were and what type of finds that staffs can have. So our guys are ready, and really looking forward to the weekend.
Kelly McCrimmon, General Manager of the Vegas Golden Knights, joins us here on our NHL Draft Special. Krim, you mentioned Bobby Lowe's and Scott Luce, and we don't talk about them very often, and they prefer that, but they're so important to the organization, and this is their Super Bowl, their Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. What are Bobby Lowe's and Scott Luce good at? What makes them good at their jobs?
Extremely hard workers, really good. Really good hockey IQ. Scott has been an NHL scout for many, many years, had a real prominent role in Florida, along with Aaron Janelle, who also came over to us from Florida. Bobby has a background as a coach, and has now probably scouted 12 to 14 years. Great leadership ability. First of all, when you're running a staff, you need leadership, no different than any aspect of our organization or anyone else's organization. That's a really critical point. So the work ethic, the leadership, and then I just think real sharp eye, the ability to project. And it's so different, the work of the pro scouts versus the work of the amateur scouts. The pro scout work is ongoing. You watch the same players year in and year out, and they're older, so you see that progression a little more clearly. The amateur scouts have a start date and a finish date, so we'll get through Friday and Saturday and take care of this draft class, and then literally on Sunday our staff will be flying to hockey events in Plymouth, Michigan. and then shortly thereafter in Calgary, Alberta, where we'll dig in on the next year's draft class. So it's like the opening day of hunting season for our staff. When we get Friday and Saturday behind us, we'll be on to the 2004. So it's very different. And again, so much of what the amateur scouts do is projecting, and that's really, I think, where the top staff separate themselves and really prove their worth.
The Golden Knights hold pick number 30. Now, technically it's 30, but it'll be the 29th selection. Arizona does not have its pick. Kelly, when you have a selection that it's so late in the first round, do you think more about talent? Do you think more about a position? I think about in the baseball draft, the Anaheim Angels selected all pitchers, no position players. Of course, very different in hockey. How do you think about positional needs versus overall talent when it comes to your turn?
Well, ideally, Dan, you're drafting 32. That's where the Stanley Cup champion drafts, and obviously with our team having had a real successful season. Just for listeners, there's a template where the teams that make it to I would say the conference finals in a normal year. I guess this year it was the semifinals. Those 4 teams occupy the last 4 slots of the first round. So that's how we fall into the 29th position. So you draft late when you've had a real good year and a real good playoff. So that's a good thing. It's much different than drafting in the top 10. I heard before I came on Gary talking about the Peyton Krebs draft, which I believe he went 15 or 16, maybe 17, but in that area, and it's different layers of players altogether the later that you go. So at 29, we've really dug in on any of those players that as we've touched on, that we might have ranked higher than other teams do, that fall a little bit. We've done a lot of work on the players in our wheelhouse, but then you also have to be prepared for trade up, trade down scenarios. So it's not as simple as just taking the list and watching 4 or 5 players, and that's where the work that these guys do over the course of the entire scouting season is so important. So you have the first round. You're extremely prepared for the first round. You've done your due diligence on every single player. There's no surprises in terms of background work. We'll have interviewed every player. All of those things have taken place long ago. We, I use the analogy sometimes when you're in university and you have an exam to write and you're real prepared for it, you're confident going in and you know that you're going to do well. That's how our staff would feel about tonight. And then we got an opportunity to meet at the end of the day today, and you reset and organize yourself for day 2. So that's what the weekend looks like. And again, it's an incredibly important time for our team.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you kind of touched on a little bit about how that might be a little unpredictable in the first round this year, because of the unpredictability of how teams were able to scout this year. How hard will it be, if a guy starts to, you think you have a guy and he starts, that you get your heart set on him, and then maybe somebody will come in and swoop in and take him at 26 or 27. Do you ever get into those? Does your heart never get broken at the draft table when you're waiting for someone?
Of course, it can happen at any draft. It can happen in any round, and that's part of it. We certainly wouldn't be unique that way. It happens to teams all the time, and when you're on the draft floor in an arena in a normal year where everybody can see you and the television cameras are on, you can't even flinch. You just get ready to pick the next player on your list. So certainly that happens, and I guess you prefer to remember those drafts where things went your way and a player came to you that you didn't expect, which as you were talking about earlier, would be exactly what happened the year that we drafted Peyton Krebs.
Kelly, and I know you talked a little bit about those hidden gems that you're looking for, and you're not going to find out until later, but drafting is a special skill, right? And not everybody's going to be able to find that Mark Stone in the 6th round or whatever it may be, but what are some of the traits that you're looking for off of the ice, the intangible types of things that when you're going through this process, like those are important in these decisions as well, obviously?
Well, when you evaluate the players, Stormy, you evaluate them on their skills, whether that's skating, shooting, hockey sense, puck handling, whatever the skills are that your staff puts a priority on. And then there's a real significant component then, that's what we call their potential. And then there's a real, important aspect to this of the probability of them hitting their potential. And that's where the intangibles come in, to your point, and that's all part of your background work, your due diligence, the conversations that you have with coaches, trainers, billets, school teachers, guidance counselors, the different people that are in and around the player on a day-to-day basis. That's how you try to assess or project, I guess is a better word, what the probability of a player reaching his potential is.
Last thing, Kelly, real quick, 6 picks. Do you think the Golden Knights are going to hold on to those 6 picks? Any insight as to any movement that might be in the works for you guys?
Well, I think I touched on it earlier. You have trade up, trade down scenarios with respect to just the draft itself. There's been discussions ongoing, I think, around the league, certainly lots of activity today. But our focus is on we're T-minus 15 minutes or whatever we are. Our focus is on the draft here tonight and getting started with the first round.
Very good. Well, Kelly, thanks very much for some time. Best wishes to you and the staff here tonight and tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Kelly McCrimmon, general manager of the Vegas Golden Knights. Busy evening for he and the staff. First round is today. Vegas has technically the 30th pick, but it's really the 29th selection as Arizona's pick, their 11th pick, was taken away for the scouting violations. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we've got more coverage. The draft is coming up top of the hour. Stay tuned. This is live coverage of the NHL Draft on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
You got to put your heart and soul into it. Give it 110%. This is what you've been working for. You got to play like there's no tomorrow because...
Yeah, Dad. I got it.
Because this is where champions are made.
This is Rain. It's more than just total body fuel. It's total push yourself beyond the limits fuel. It's total you got this, ain't nothing gonna hold you back fuel. From 9 to 5 or 5 to 9, it's more than a pick-me-up. It's a jumpstart your day, get me through the night, kicking the can. With all the goods your body needs to crush your goals, so you can focus, boost, hydrate, and recover. This is Rain, total body fuel.
Vegas Golden Knight Alex Tuck is a hero on the ice, and off the ice, he's doing something even more important. He's a registered organ, eye, and tissue donor. In the United States, more than 100,000 people are waiting for a life-saving organ transplant. That's more than 5 times the capacity of the Fortress.
We all have the power to end the wait.
My son Mikey saved 8 lives and healed many more.
Learn more about Nevada Donor Network and register to be a hero at nvdonor.org.
official team store locations, the Armory at T-Mobile Arena, the Arsenal at City National Arena, and of course online at VegasTeamStore.com. Alongside Stormy Bonantoni and Gary Lawless, this is Dan Duva welcoming you to Studio 31. You're listening to live coverage of the 2021 NHL Entry Draft here on Fox Sports Las Vegas. You can also find us online, all the Golden Knights social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, etc. We just heard from Kelly McCrimmon, and in just a few minutes, Kelly and staff will go to work. 9 minutes until the first pick. Buffalo Sabres will select first. Any reactions from what we heard from Kelly McCrimmon? Stormy?
I personally liked when he said it's kind of like an exam, and you feel confident because you've put in all of the work already, and you know that you're well prepared, and just seeing what comes to you in that moment. And also the question, Gary, that you asked about whether or not you do face that heartbreak sometimes, and he said, of course, no question.
Kelly McCrimmon and George McPhee will have seen the player they draft tonight on the ice live, maybe last year or the year before, like at an under 18 or an under 17 or something like that. They will not have seen that player play. They will not have been in the building when that player was playing this year. So you have to have enormous trust in Bobby Lowe's and Scott Luce, and they do. When Kelly says Bobby and Scott are running the draft, they are. Kelly or George Kelly makes the final decision in concert with George. But when Bobby Lowe says to him, Bonantoni just went one spot ahead of us, Duve is still available, we're taking him. They don't say, and the response isn't, what about Lawless? Their response is, okay, and they fill out the card. Like, this is, they built a really good staff here, and they let them do their jobs. And you said not everyone can draft Mark Stone 6th in the 6th round. Well, Bobby Lowe's can, because Bobby Lowe's was on the staff in Ottawa, and he fought Pierre Dorion or Brian Murray at the time and said, we got to draft this guy. And it was not a popular pick. There were people at the table. There was a Russian player, and they were saying, let's take the Russian. And Bobby Lowe's basically staked his career on it and said, we got to draft this guy.
It's sort of like taking Stormy Bonantoni. It's a steal.
Sage Salmons.
Oh, yeah.
Sage Salmons.
I was just flattered that Gary said I got drafted ahead of you. What? What is this day?
That's preparation right there. And again, we're just a few minutes away from the first pick. Buffalo Sabres number 1, Seattle Kraken number 2, Anaheim Ducks number 3, and we'll go through the list. Golden Knights have the 29th selection. Again, it's technically number 30, but it's really the 29th selection. Arizona had not originally been slated to pick today, but they made a deal with the Canucks late this afternoon, a big deal. Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Connor Garland going from the Yotes to the Canucks. The Coyotes acquire Antoine Roussel, Jay Beagle, Louis Eriksson, a few picks, including a first-round pick this year, and it's number 9. So you went from Arizona no picks in the first round to picking 9th overall, again preceded by Buffalo, Seattle, the Ducks, the Devils, the Blue Jackets, the Wings, the Sharks, and Los Angeles. That's coming up in just a few moments. What do you guys think with Buffalo on the clock? There's a couple of options. It's not signed, sealed, and delivered yet.
I know it's not yet, but from everything that I've seen, and maybe it wasn't this way throughout the entire process until we got to this point, but I feel like Owen Power is the name, and obviously they the last time that they got a defenseman first overall in Rasmus Dahlin, it worked out pretty well for them, and I think that they're going to go in that direction again. And I mean, what a powerhouse Michigan has in the top 10 potentially this year.
I think their action earlier today telegraphs what they're doing. They traded a big defenseman, Risto Ristolainen, to the Philadelphia Flyers, and to me, that's there's a need there. And Owen Power is he's 6'5". He's a monster. He's just a huge, skilled defenseman with really good offensive instincts. I would pick Dylan Guenther if I was picking. I like guys from the Western League.
Okay. The Western League did have a season, by the way. It was an abbreviated season. The Quebec Major Junior League did play. The OHL did not, something that you touched on a few moments ago, Gary. There was some college hockey. Not every college participated, so it's a strange year in terms of scouting. It's worth noting Ristolainen part of, I guess you could look at 3 players with the Buffalo Sabres who have said they don't need to be there anymore. It's not so much a trade demand, but more a trade request, or they'd be okay if they left. And Ristolainen, the first of those 3 to slide. And you wonder if there could be additional movement from the Buffalo Sabres today. And I'll ask it to you in this respect, guys, the last thing before we break. Aside from Buffalo and obviously the move that the Coyotes made, 2 notable ones here, which teams do you expect will be most active? Aside from the picks already here, any action from the teams during the draft here tonight?
Well, I think what Kelly McCrimmon says about draft trading up and trading down, I think if you're a general manager and you're picking 5th and you're looking, or 6th or 7th, and you're looking at who's going, and they have levels. So they have sort of a level where they have a player. If that guy's not going to be there, you trade down.
Okay, we'll take a break. When we come back, the draft begins on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
At Raising Cane's, our dining rooms are open, and our crew is serving up hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crispy crinkle-cut fries, buttery Texas toast, and my favorite, cane sauce. So come on in for meetups and wind-downs, lunch breaks and dinner fixes, pre-games and after-parties, or whenever your chicken finger cravings hit. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, one love.
We are there in your community. Small business owners, mechanics, police officers, homemakers. And we are there serving our nation in the Air Force Reserve. When medical emergencies arise, in cybersecurity, when natural disasters happen, we are there in space. We are Reserve Citizen Airmen, and we are there with over 180 different jobs to serve your country. Air Force Reserve.
Dollar Loan Center has been Nevada's community short-term lender for over 20 years. And DLC is thrilled to announce that we are now the official short-term lender of the Vegas Golden Knights and Henderson Silver Knights. And we are taking it up a notch with a brand new location, and this one is 200,000 square feet. We are proud to have the Silver Knights call the Dollar Loan Center its new home. And yes, we'll even have an activation center in our amazing new Henderson Arena. Opening in early 2022.
Forecast, plenty of sunshine through today.
Rush Hour will never feel the same. Experience thrilling performance from our entire line of vehicles at the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. See Lexus of Las Vegas and Lexus of Henderson.
Hockey is on. And no matter the city, no matter the team, no matter the game, whether it's face-off or penalty shots, regular season or playoffs, win or lose, no matter what happens, no matter where it happens, New Amsterdam Vodka is there.
Hi again, everybody. Dan Duva with Gary Lawless, Stormy Bond, and Tony. Our first hour presenting sponsor is Martin Harris Construction, and Martin Harris Construction is a proud partner of the Vegas Golden Knights. It's the NHL Draft. It's about to start. It's minutes away. We weren't sure that this was going to happen, at least not now. Last year, the draft did not happen in the normal time frame. There were some organizations that would have liked this draft to be pushed off to the fall. here it is, relative to the end of the season, the end of the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's happening basically in line, Gary, and free agency is a few days away. We just had the expansion draft and already starting to see some movement, trades between the teams.
Well, there was a bunch of trade activity before the expansion draft, and then now the big deal today, we just talked about Ristolainen going to Philadelphia, but Seth Jones goes from Columbus to Chicago. Chicago gets Seth Jones and the number 32 overall pick this year and a 6th-round pick in 2022. Going to Columbus, Adam Boqvist, the number 12 and number 44 overall picks this year, and Chicago's first-round pick next year in 2022. So it's a big package, and Seth Jones has signed a 7-year extension with the Blackhawks, carrying an AAV of $9.5 million. It's a massive cap hit. They just got out from under the Duncan Keith contract, which was had a big cap hit, but this is even bigger. Interesting deal. I think the Blackhawks are looking, they don't have much time. Jonathan Taves looks like he's going to play again this year. Patrick Kane, the window is closing on those guys, and I think Stan Bowman wants to try and take another run with those players.
Well, and Gary, I was just curious what your thought was on that average annual value, because we look at the deal that the Golden Knights made last offseason for Alex Pietrangelo, and obviously the payday that we were all talking about and the cap hit that was, but this is even more.
Yeah, it's, Erik Karlsson is north of 11 million. Drew Doughty is north of 11 million in cap hit, and now this one comes in at 9.5. Seth Jones didn't have a very good year statistically with Columbus this year, but I think you have to be really careful judging a player on a bad team. Alec Martinez had a terrible year when the Golden Knights traded to LA for him, and then you take him out of those difficult surroundings and put him in good surroundings with good players, and Martinez has been tremendous for the Golden Knights. So
and you predicted that too. I remember you saying that right before Alec Martinez's first game against the Tampa Bay Lightning last season, that right before we went on and that game began, you said, don't judge him by his surroundings over the past couple years.
Yeah, so I would expect Seth Jones to be able to return to the form we saw in previous years, and I like the player. He's big. He plays physical. He's got a great shot. He's got offensive instincts. He's going to play with his brother in Chicago. He's excited about that. His mother has a big presence on Twitter, and she's very excited. He said he was going one of two places. He told Columbus. He said, I will only sign an extension in Dallas or Chicago. So there he is. He's a Blackhawk. Very interesting moves by Columbus. They seem to be shedding some cap, and I think we're going to see them start a rebuild right there, I believe.
John Davidson coming back into the fold. Of course, he was there for a long time, briefly in New York, the organization where he had been so long, player, broadcaster, now back, of course, with Columbus. Speaking of Jones, we know his agent, by the way, Pat Brisson, because his son, Brendan Brisson, is Golden Knights prospect and also a special correspondent. Brendan will be joining us later on in the program. We anticipate there's going to be a Michigan Wolverines presence in this draft here today. It could be a few first-rounders. Michigan has never had the first overall pick. They've had 25 first-rounders, but they've never had number 1 overall. That could change today. They could have the first 2 picks. So Brendan Brisson, drafted by the Golden Knights in the first round last year, 2020, out of the Chicago Steel. Brendan will be joining us to talk about some of the folks who he knows from the college ranks. He had his year at Michigan this year at 21 points in 24 games. Brendan Brisson, who's, from what we're told, is hanging out down in Southern California. So we'll be joining him in a little while. But again, we're standing by for the start of the draft. Gary Bettman will have opening remarks, and then the Buffalo Sabres will have the first pick. Talking about the Blackhawks and the Blue Jackets trade here today. And just again, point of reference, and they've updated it, by the way. I guess this deal is going to be signed officially
Wednesday
after the free agency opens, meaning that this can be an 8-year contract. as opposed to 7, which is what would have been the max. But if you're signing with the team that owns your rights rather than strictly signing with a brand new club, you can get that 8th year. So looks like it's going to be 8 years, $9.5 million per.
$76 million total. Yeah. Shane Knighty did the math for me. Thanks, Shane. Shane's listening. He's in the bullpen warming up.
And point of reference, Alex Pietrangelo makes less than that. It's under 9, right? I believe it's 8.8.
8.8, yeah.
So just put that in perspective, the kind of deal that this is for the Columbus Blue Jackets sending Seth Jones to the Chicago Blackhawks. So some news there, and perhaps additional news. Again, a couple of draft selections have changed hands here today. Again, Arizona will be picking 9th. Big deal with Vancouver. Thoughts on that trade here this afternoon? I think that this was to a certain degree anticipated with a couple of players, but I'm not sure that we were anticipating something of this magnitude between Arizona and Vancouver.
Well, Vancouver accomplishes a whole bunch. They get a whole bunch of dead money off of their cap. Like Louis Eriksson was not a fit there. It never really worked out for him. And then they get better. Connor Garland is an exciting player, and I think he'll mesh nicely with the young forwards that they have in Vancouver. And another big Swede defenseman in Vancouver. They've kind of got a history of it. Matthias Oland, and then Alex Edler. And now they have Ekman Larsson, who is an excellent player. A lot made about his contract in Arizona. I think he'll fit in nicely in Vancouver. You need a guy to get the puck up to those forwards, and Larsson can do that.
And Jacob Chikrin's emergence perhaps makes Ekman Larsson a little bit more expendable. Maybe wasn't.
If I was Jacob, I wouldn't want to see Larsson walking out the door.
I had that thought too. And it looks like in terms of retained salary, Arizona will keep just about $1 million, about 12% of that Ekman Larsson contract. Of course, Ekman Larsson going from Arizona to Vancouver, and Connor Garland going from Arizona to Vancouver. Arizona gets back, you mentioned Louis Eriksson, Jay Beagle, Antoine Roussel, and then 3 draft picks. 1 this year, 1 next year, and 1 the year after. It's a 7th-round pick in 23, a 2nd-round pick next year. This season, in just about, an hour, it's going to be a 1st-round pick.
And they go from 11, which was their forfeited pick, up to 9.
Yeah. And that, it's worth mentioning since we talk about that forfeited pick. I've mentioned it a few times. Arizona was slated to pick 11th. They are on the board, but they have forfeited the pick. It's an interesting penalty. The penalty that the NHL doles out for violations in terms of, this is all about player measuring in the combine, that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. And it was gross negligence. That was the term that Gary Bettman used. It was not as though they did something willfully wrong. They just didn't know the rules. But Gary Bettman came down pretty hard on the Coyotes. Some folks say not hard enough. Some folks say it was too hard. What did you think about Gary? And forfeiting not only a pick, but a 1st-round pick.
Well, every other team in the league thought it should have been harsher, but, Gary Bettman wears the league hat all the time, not a team hat. And, that's a huge penalty.
And it's a 2nd-round pick next year, too.
Yeah, it's that's Kelly McCrimmon just said this is the most important day of the year for teams, for organizations. And they didn't have a 1st-round pick. Now they're able to, they had to, spend capital to get one, and now they do have one at 9. But I don't like what Arizona did. I think the penalty's fair.
Yeah, and it's also worth pointing out this is not breaking news that they were forfeiting this pick. It happened last August, so they had time to sort of maybe figure out what they were going to do. The other aspect of it is changing general managers. Mm-hmm. This violation occurred under Chayka. He's no longer there. I wonder how much that may have played into things.
Yeah, and I just think that when you talk about the negligence factor of it, it's just this is the NHL, right? Like, we should know the rules. We should know what we need to do.
They know. They knew the rules.
Yeah.
They skirted them, I think is a polite way to say it. And it's, listen, we heard this discussion between the coaches in the playoffs this year about cheating at faceoffs. You're allowed to cheat on a face-off. Like, that's part of the game. That's and you hook a guy in a game. It's if you can get away with it, you do it. That's one thing. Cheating at the organizational level, that would be like trying to circumvent the salary cap. You just can't have that. You have to have the teams have to believe in the rules and support the rules. And when if they don't penalize them, what's next? And you're going to get every team involved in doing these types of things. So I don't like at all what Arizona did, and they should have been penalized, and they were.
And so they were taken off the board at pick number 11, but the trade today gives them the pick that's number 9. As Stormy points out, they actually end up moving up a little bit. Great expense with the players that they have moved on from, notably Connor Garland. Some other news today in terms of transactions. New York Rangers placing Tony DeAngelo on unconditional waivers. They also made a trade with the Blues. Pavel Buchnevich going from New York to St. Louis. The Blues sending Sammy Blais to Broadway. We talked about the Arizona and Vancouver deal. And then the Boston Bruins, who acquired Taylor Hall last year. Taylor Hall has been signed to a 4-year contract extension. And we'll see if there are any more moves in the offing here. We're getting close to the very first selection in this year's draft. Will it be Owen Power? That is perhaps the odds-on favorite. That's the player that we have heard most about. And it is the Michigan Wolverines alum, so to speak, who had a terrific year. Interesting how a number of players have come to Michigan. Remember that, some programs did not play this year in the college ranks. Matty Beniers was supposed to go to Harvard, ended up going to Michigan last minute. He signed with the Michigan Wolverines just days before classes started. And it's, I think, perhaps in retrospect, Gary, something that we'll learn about players that maybe this had been the path, but they went a different way, and how it either raised their stock or maybe it didn't lead to as much notoriety or publicity as they might have otherwise had.
And Mason McTavish, who was supposed to play in the Ontario Hockey League with the Peterborough Petes, his father played in Europe for a long time. So he went over to Europe and played I believe in Germany. I think he played in Germany this year, and has raised his stock by doing that. He had a good season there, played against men, and you talked about the progression, that skill in drafting. It's an art, not a science. Well, he pulled the drapes open a little bit by playing against men and showed where he's going to be in a while.
We're going to keep it here as we're anticipating Gary Bettman speaking in just a few moments with opening remarks for the NHL Draft. Buffalo Sabres will be on the clock, followed by the Seattle Kraken, the Anaheim Ducks, the New Jersey Devils, the Columbus Blue Jackets, the Detroit Red Wings, the San Jose Sharks, the LA Kings, the Vancouver Canucks, and the Ottawa Senators. There's your first 10. Of course, I mentioned Canucks. Of course, that trade meaning it's now Arizona there at number 9. So with that, 6 picks for the Golden Knights at this moment. There's going to be 12 in year 1, 8 the next couple of years, 6 last year, and then 6 again this year. So 6 picks. Gary, quick guess. Do they have 6 picks? Do they have more than that? Fewer than that? What do you think?
They make a change.
They make a change. Stormy?
Yeah, I think Kelly McCrimmon likes to be aggressive.
And I don't know if they shrink, but I think they may change where they're drafting in a certain round.
All right, we'll be right back with the first pick. You're listening to the NHL Draft coverage on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Is it true that Lee's Discount Liquor is the largest liquor retailer in Nevada? Is it true that Lee's Discount Liquor now has 22 stores statewide? Is it true that Lee's Discount Liquor has the largest selection and lowest prices in town? Is it true that Kenny is taking over the family business? Sorry, Kenny. For the largest selection and lowest prices in town, there's only one Lee's Discount Liquor.
Our real estate system is totally broken. You don't have to grow up in a garage to know that. But this kid did, and worked and hustled to buy his own house, where he saw all his money go to other people. That's why he created Homie, a new way to sell your home that costs less, a whole lot less. With Homie, you pay one flat fee. You get a professional agent, professional pictures, and your house gets listed all over the internet. Did I tell you that Homie sells homes faster and for more money? Go to homie.com to find out how. Yeah, we've got your back.
A healthy lifestyle isn't just your diet. It's not just exercise. It's not how many books you read or how often you meditate. It's a mix of physical, mental, and emotional health. For more than 35 years, Health Plan of Nevada has been committed to helping Nevadans discover that perfect mix. We're more than a health plan. We're part of the community and dedicated to helping make Nevada a happier, healthier place to live. Learn how Health Plan of Nevada is taking on healthy at takingonhealthy.com.
Hey, bud. That's you, come on.
We know life gets hectic. Work, kids, sports. Who could expect you to remember ice for the barbecue, diapers for the baby, or maybe it's food for the dog? Can't get to Terribles? Get Terribles to you. With all the essential items you need, complete with contactless delivery right to your doorstep. And ordering couldn't be easier with the free Terribles Social House app or online at terribleherbs.com. You got this. Can't get to Terribles? Get Terribles to you.
"17 minutes past the hour. Dan Duva, Stormy Bonantoni, Gary Lawless coming to you from Studio 31 at City National Arena. It's the NHL Draft 2021. Glad you could be with us as the Knights will draft with the 30th pick, actually number 29. Arizona, of course, had one of its picks forfeited. But before we get there, that means there will be 28 other selections before the Golden Knights make the choice, at least as it's slated right now. Buffalo Sabres will be coming up in just a few moments, followed by the Seattle Kraken. We're expecting opening remarks from Commissioner Gary Bettman in just a few moments. It is unlike some previous years. The draft is remote again. It has been in person for a number of years, but not last year. So let's listen in now to Commissioner Gary Bettman.
NHL Draft. Given its place and time shortly after the end of the Stanley Cup Final and the role it plays in focusing our league on the future, the NHL Draft is both the closing event of one season and the opening act of another. So let me begin by wrapping up the season just ended. Congratulations to the Tampa Bay Lightning, who became just the second team since 1998 to win consecutive Stanley Cups. Congratulations also to the Montreal Canadiens for their inspiring run to the final. And speaking of the Canadiens, thank you again to Jeff Molson and your organization for being patient with us for one more year. Our plan is to be with you next year to conduct the 2022 NHL Draft in front of a packed house at Montreal's Bell Center. Yes, for the second straight year, we are coming to you not from our customary spot on the floor of an NHL arena. Rather, we are at the studios of the NHL Network. And consistent with the future look at the draft, in addition to our partners Sportsnet and TVA in Canada, the 2021 NHL Draft is being broadcast in the United States by our new partner, ESPN. Welcome, ESPN and the Walt Disney Company. We also welcome another new member to the NHL family tonight. Picking second, the Seattle Kraken will make its first NHL Draft selection. The annual draft started in 1963. Over the years, it has changed and evolved. But one thing has remained constant no matter the name, the format, or the venue. The NHL Draft is where dreams of playing in the NHL and hoisting the Stanley Cup become more real. Congratulations to all of the players who will hear their names called over the next 2 days, and to the parents, relatives, coaches, and friends who helped get those players to this point. So let's get started. The first selection in the 2021 NHL Draft belongs to the Buffalo Sabres. Buffalo, you're on the clock.
Gary Bettman addressing everyone watching this side of the border and north. Dan Duva, Gary Lawless, Stormy Bond, and Tony live in Las Vegas. The Buffalo Sabres are at their draft room table at KeyBank Center in Buffalo. And an interesting situation here, Gary. Some changes with that organization in the last year or so. And obviously change with general manager, change with coach. And they've moved on from a couple of players, including earlier today, Rasmus Ristolainen. What's on the mind of the Buffalo Sabres right now?
Well, they've, had a real rough go there for a long time, and this is Kevin Adams, his first draft and his first opportunity to start to have an effect on that roster with youth. He's had some impact already in terms of trades and shedding cap, and he still has more work to do. He has to trade Jack Eichel. Jack Eichel has made it clear he's doesn't want to play for the Buffalo Sabres anymore, and I'm not sure that he wouldn't report to camp, but that's not a situation I think that they certainly a situation that they don't want to be in. And I guess they're discussing Owen Power right now, is my guess, or Dylan Guenther. I can't believe they. Why are we waiting? For
the drama. Of course.
Well, are they actually debating it now?
Probably not. I think
just getting around to it, guys.
They're going to bleed out the clock until the very end to just create the suspense. It's the first time that they're broadcasting on their new partner ESPN. Try to get all of the video they can. And Owen Power.
This is like you with a menu.
What?
Boy. Oh yeah, just
come
my
on.
God, the pondering and the wondering, and it's like not your last meal, Stormy. You're gonna get another one.
Can I tell you what makes this even funnier to me is that last night I was getting dinner with some of my old coworkers from an old job, and they were making fun of me, calling me two plate, because whenever we would eat at the buffets, I would always get 2 plates from the start. So I know what I want. I just got to get as much as possible. Okay?
All right, the pick is in. Let's listen.
By a fair number of fans. Kevin Adams, the Sabres GM, will make the first pick.
On behalf of the Buffalo Sabres and all of our great fans, we are proud to select from the University of Michigan, Owen Power.
There he is, Owen Power from the University of Michigan, played in the USHL for the Chicago Steel. He's a big one, too. 6'6", 213 pounds, the number 1 overall selection in the 2021 NHL Draft. Owen Power, the defenseman, left-handed shooter, goes to the Buffalo Sabres. And Don Granato, the head coach with University of Wisconsin ties, has now got to coach a Michigan Wolverine.
And Michigan, this is their highest ever pick that they have ever had. Previously, number 3 overall, Jack Johnson back in 2005. And so just really cool for that university to be able to say that they have that obviously potential for more. But compared to last year, and we talked about the virtual draft that they had to have last year, not being able to still have many people with you. You were with your family or immediate people that were close to you. But the show that Owen Power is getting as he puts on his new jersey for the Buffalo Sabres, which, by the way, he doesn't have to change his colors too much from Michigan, so that's a nice easy transition.
Kinda
but
close to Mason.
That's a special thing that you get to have right there, celebrating this with the closest people to you.
Gary, what do you think about Owen Power from Mississauga, Michigan Wolverine, going here to the Sabres?
Well, we just watched the Stanley Cup playoffs and saw again, you still need big defensemen. The game now is about getting to the net to try and score, and as much as you need guys that can lug the puck up the ice and create offense and are good along, can walk the blue line on the power play, you also need a player who can make it real hard to get to the blue ice. And Montreal, they got a lot of mileage out of Ben Sherratt and Shea Weber this year for what they were able to do in that area of the ice. And the thing about Alex Pietrangelo is he's both. There's so few players like that, and Power has the potential to be that kind of guy. He has offensive instinct. He's got a good shot. He sees the game really well, and you don't coach size. He's 6'6".
And if there's a comparable, they've got him at 6'6".
Okay.
When you talk about a comparable, they go with Victor Hedman. Now, Victor Hedman just won 2 Stanley Cups last time I checked. With the Tampa Bay Lightning, of course. So not only you talk about the size, the offensive instincts, Victor Hedman doesn't have to be the offensive guru for the Tampa Bay Lightning. They've got so many weapons, but you're looking at a guy who led all freshman in scoring in the NCAA this year. Oh, and by the way, you go back to 1997, he is just the 4th defenseman selected with the first overall choice. You go back and you look at through the years, all the way back to Rasmus Dahlin, 2018, Aaron Ekblad, 2014, Eric Johnson, 2006. Again, that is just the 4th defenseman taken with the first overall pick. It is Owen Power to the Buffalo Sabres. And by the way, we're waiting on the Seattle Kraken, who had some experience picking just the other day. This is their first amateur selection.
Yeah, that expansion draft was something else, wasn't it? But if we go back to Owen Power just really quickly. Oh, are they making the pick? Is that what?
Not yet.
Okay. Really quickly, though, on Owen Power. He was the youngest player on Canada's roster at the 2021 World Championships. And Golden Knights fans obviously know Gerard Gallant very well. And he was his head coach throughout that tournament. And he said afterwards that Power is going to be a superstar hockey player. Darcy Kemper, who was on that team, said he's so young, but he plays like a 10-year veteran. He's got poise. He's so calm. I think those are all things that you look at, too.
You know, just played as a true freshman, as an 18-year-old at Michigan against, older players, guys in their 20s, and had a tremendous season. He's got 4-way mobility. He's got a big shot. He sees the ice really well. The one area right now where you'd like to see a little bit of improvement from him, he kind of loses focus a little bit in the defensive zone, doesn't track his man as well as you'd like him to, and he is not. He hasn't shown his mean streak just yet.
Okay, here's Seattle.
General manager of the Seattle Kraken, Ron Francis, will make the number 2 selection.
On behalf of Mr. David Bonderman and our entire ownership group, I'd like to thank the commissioner and the 31 member clubs for welcoming the Seattle Kraken into the National Hockey League. And on behalf of our passionate fans, I'm proud to make a historical first ever amateur draft selection for our team by choosing from the University of Michigan, Matthew Beniers.
There it is. A couple of Michigan Wolverines going number 1 and number 2. Well, it's a good day to be in Michigan. And Matty Beniers, his dad played football in college. His mom was a Broadway performer. So there's going to be a little bit of showmanship for Beniers when he makes his debut at some point for the Seattle Kraken from Hingham, Massachusetts. Mentioned earlier, he was supposed to go to Harvard. Harvard didn't play this year, so he went to Michigan.
He's got might be the best skater in the draft, and he plays at that high. He's a blazer. He's really fast, and he plays at that top gear. No one does it like Connor McDavid. That's the standard. But this player has that kind of skating skill. That's his big strength.
Anaheim Ducks are on the clock. We'll take a quick timeout. Return with the number 3 overall pick. Again, Matty Beniers is going to the Seattle Kraken with pick number 2. Back in a moment on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
When you run the largest personal injury law firm in Nevada, you get to know a lot of interesting characters. So, what happened to you, partner?
Hit by a Bronco.
What happened?
Slip and fall.
So, this happened in an accident?
You should have seen what I could do before I got hurt.
Some dummy rear-ended me. Us. Shh.
The Richard Harris Law Firm. No one knows Nevada like we do.
Goblins, I want you to pedal into the next dimension. Spin it! Spin! Spin! Uh-oh! Carmen's falling behind. Let's give her the hiss of shame. Spin! Spin! Spin till you bleed!
Don't ride the bike of shame. Come to Planet Fitness and find your own lane with tons of equipment, free fitness training, and no hissing. Join today for just $10 a month.
Now is no time to return to normal. It's time to go places normal's never been. Oh, bellissimo, Carlo. And do things normal can't even imagine. It's a whole new day, people. What's up, Roy? So don't waste it. Copperfield, you're magic.
I know.
It's time for the time of your life. Hey, boys. 1 second. Tell Gaga whatever she's thinking. We love it. And Vegas is where you'll find it. Okay, commercials over, people. Back to work.
My daughter Dana fought a long battle with Crohn's disease before passing last year. Max has spent a lifetime scoring goals.
It's our goal to help the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation find a cure for this horrible disease, so no one else's child has to suffer like Dana did.
Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis may be unfamiliar to you, but there are currently over 3 million Americans suffering from both. Join Max and I in scoring our goal to find a cure.
Two picks are in, many more to come. It's the NHL Draft 2021. Dan Duba here with Stormy Bonantoni and Gary Lawless, live at Studio 31 in City National Arena. Thanks if you're listening on the radio or any of the Golden Knights live streaming platforms. As great as it may have been for Owen Power and Matty Beniers, how'd you like to be head coach at Michigan, Mel Pearson right now, who has ties to that university going back to the 80s, been the head coach the last couple of years. He's just seen two players go number 1 and number 2.
And he's probably not done yet with celebrating today. It's a really special thing that's going on with Michigan. Of course, Golden Knights fans will love their Max Pacioretty connection to that university as well. But just to go to Matty Beniers specifically, he's a two-way center, can drive the game, a really good building block for a new team, one of those complete players, someone who's drawn comparisons to Jonathan Taves. And you mentioned earlier him almost going to Harvard. Ivy League ultimately doesn't play. He's a really smart guy. He's pre-med at Michigan, and I was joking with Gary in the break. He and I really can connect on his love of Dr. Pimple Popper. He wants to be a dermatologist, and he loves the pops. I'm a big fan. Are you guys into that?
Not personally, but I appreciate one who is.
I'll pull some up for you in the break. Next break, we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
All right.
I like that he sings the Jersey Boys. I mentioned a moment ago that his mom was a Broadway performer. I don't know that he should have revealed this, but sometimes in an icebreaker mode, you are asked by your coach or a teammate to introduce yourself, right? What's something that nobody else knows about you? And Matty admitted that he sings Broadway tunes. And then the coach on the spot said, well, you've got to sing for us. So he sang a tune from Jersey Boys. So I like that.
Sound of Music as well.
Yes. Yeah. When your mom's, doing chorus line on Broadway, it rubs off, right? So that's Matty Beniers. And I mean, hockey and singing in the clubhouse or on, team bus rides. We know that's a thing for the Golden Knights broadcasters.
Yeah, where's Dave Gosher when we need him?
That's right. Break out the tune. So that's Matty Beniers. He's
Dr. Pimple Popper.
Dr. Pimple Popper.
Help me. If you ever have any, let me know. First person there for you. I'm ready. Put me in, coach.
Okay.
I am rarely speechless. Stormy?
It only took an hour and 4 minutes into the podcast.
Come on, get in
well
the comments,
done,
guys.
We can see Bob
I know
Murray.
You can relate.
We can see Bob Murray on the floor of the Honda Center. The Ducks have got their draft room set up on the floor of the ice at the Honda Center in Anaheim. And I don't know what they're waiting for because Dylan Guenther is the guy to pick. I think he's the best player in the draft. He is a great scorer, the best scorer in the draft. He's got a great shot, does a lot of stuff in traffic, goes to the net, can pass the puck. He's Andrei Svechnikov is really
fans on the arena floor. The Anaheim Ducks selection, number 3, will be made by Executive Vice President and General Manager Bob Murray. Bob, you're up.
The Anaheim Ducks are proud with the 3rd pick of the 2021 draft
happy and excited to draft from the Peterborough Pete's hockey team, Mason McTavish.
Wow.
Mason McTavish, whose dad was a roommate of our own Shane Knighty in St. John's, Newfoundland, once upon a time. How about that, Gary? Not what you thought.
No, and we talked a lot about guys that could do things this year to affect their draft spot. Well, he went and played over in Europe against men and had a really good season. And obviously the Ducks liked what they saw. So this we talked about how this would be unpredictable. Bob McKenzie always says, never try and predict who someone's going to take. Let the draft come to you. Just know about the players. And maybe that's what we should do, because I thought they were going to take Gunther and they took McTavish.
And just let me correct myself. St. John, New Brunswick. St. John, New Brunswick is a different place than St. John's, Newfoundland. So I didn't want to let that slide, obviously. Stormy, your thoughts?
I'll forgive you this time. But when you think about this draft as a whole, though, I think coming in, if there were two players that you thought would go 1-2, it was the two from Michigan. And then after that, it was more of a free-for-all. But Dylan Gunther, I think you're dead on. I think the Red Line had them in their publication as the top pure goal scorer in this draft class. But they go ahead with McTavish. I think it's an interesting pick. He's someone who is around that top 10, but this list I have in front of me had him 9, but they go 3. That's pretty good for him. More power to him.
Book I had him at 6. So let's flip this to the Golden Knights for a minute, because obviously there's a long way to go to get to 30, the 29th pick, because of that no 11th pick this year. But right now, Kelly McCrimmon, George McPhee, Bobby Lowe's, and Scott Luce, they're looking at their lists. And they're starting to. No, I don't think they expected any of these guys to fall to them, but they're starting to see the draft take shape, and this will be. They'll start to kind of figure out where they're going to be when they get to their lair, and they're starting to make their plans are starting to crystallize at this moment as players start to come off the board.
How about from an Anaheim standpoint here, Gary? You've got Bob Murray. You've got Dallas Eakins, both going into the final year of their respective contracts. There's plenty to talk about with the Ducks in a rebuild mode. Where are they?
Yeah, they've got some good players, Drysdale and Trevor Zegras, and now McTavish. McTavish played in Europe against men. Maybe they think he can go right into their lineup. That could be a factor for them. So Bob Murray is in the last year of his contract. Dallas Eakins is in the last year of his contract. They need to win some games this year if they're going to be retained. So you never want general manager to be making decisions, about based on his job security. But if Mason McTavish is the guy they think can step right in, that could make sense.
He turned 18 in January, just for the record.
Young guy.
McTavish was another person I saw actually on Craig Button's list to go 4 to the New Jersey Devils, who are on the clock right now with just about 2 minutes to go. Knowing that they picked Jack Hughes first overall in 2019, his brother Luke Hughes is sitting right there. He's listed as a top 5 prospect candidate, 4th-ranked North American skater in the draft class. You think that's a possibility coming up next?
It's got to be, especially since Jack has said out loud, draft my brother. And imagine the
He's got a little weight.
Yeah, imagine the ramifications if they don't draft him. You upset Jack. Now, the Devils are in a rough spot right now. And you think about if they're going to turn things around in New Jersey, Jack Hughes is going to be the centerpiece. And they're going to have to re-sign him at some point. If perhaps things don't go well here, if they don't draft his brother, I wonder if that upsets the apple cart in the Hughes family and maybe looks towards someplace else. So maybe just by drafting his brother, it's a further enticement to keep Jack Hughes in the Garden State. So we shall see, but Luke Hughes could be there. We'll see in just about 1 minute the New Jersey Devils and Tom Fitzgerald and company trying to figure out what to do. They're the number 4 pick, and we know when you've got a high pick, with the exception of the Seattle Kraken, who are brand new, you've got a high pick, that means things didn't go very well last year. And with a few swings and misses in the last couple of years, looked like New Jersey could be in a spot to make a run if a lot of things broke right. It didn't work out with Corey Schneider. PK Subban has been a shell of himself, and I could go on down the list. It's perhaps realizing those swings and misses are behind us. Now you really have to go with the youth movement.
I texted Dallas Eakins about the pick, and his response was simply this, Dan, Peterborough Mafia.
Peterborough Mafia.
So Dale
Peterborough
well,
Pete's.
Mason McTavish played for the Pete's. So did his father, Dale McTavish, who played with Shane for the St. John Flames in New Brunswick, as you mentioned earlier, and then went and played in Europe for a long time. Competed for Canada in the Spengler Cup 5 times. Our own Misha Donskov won the Spengler Cup last season.
Looks like it's going to be a huge. Let's
Center
listen.
in Newark, New Jersey. Obviously at a viewing party, the Executive Vice President and General Manager, Tom Fitzgerald, will make the 4th selection in the 2021 NHL Draft. Tom, the floor is yours.
It's great to see everybody here finally live at the Prudential Center. I want to thank all our staff behind me for all their tireless work they've put in this last 2 years. With the 4th overall pick, the New Jersey Devils are proud to pick from the USA Development Program, Luke Hughes.
There he is. That's Tom Fitzgerald in New Jersey announcing Luke Hughes, Jack's brother, coming from Canton, Michigan. That's what they list as his hometown, to the Garden State and joining the Devils, just as Stormy suggested.
With all of the signs that were in the crowd saying Luke and Hughes too, it probably would have been a little tough if that pick did go a different way. But I mean, can we talk for a second just about what a hockey family that must be? You've also, in addition to Jack and now Luke, Vancouver's Quinn Hughes, their older brother, went 7th overall in 2018. Their mom and dad both played college hockey, and just the list goes on and on. It's a really impressive group.
No doubt about it. Gary, what do you think? Luke Hughes joining the New Jersey Devils.
Well, he's skinny right now, but 6'2", or they listed at 6'2". That's the only question mark on him is he can really skate. He does everything. Shane Knight, he talks about it all the time. He does everything with his head up. He can be the quarterback on your power play. He can break the puck out with his feet on his own, can elude the forecheck in that manner, is not physical, and that's an issue we talked earlier. You know, can you do both? Like Pietrangelo can be physical and be a shutdown guy and be an offensive guy as well. Well, Luke Hughes will not be both. He will be an offensive guy.
And guess where he's committed? University of Michigan.
Yeah. How about that? From Canton, Michigan, as we mentioned. He is a 2003 birth year, and he's turning 18 in a couple of months. So you got a young one there. Again, you talk about young college players. You look at college athletes and say basketball, football, and baseball, and most, normal progression in the United States, after your senior year, you're normally 18 years old, you go and play the college game. In hockey, it's not always that simple. A lot of times you start college after a couple years in junior hockey. So you might be a freshman in college, but be 20 years old as a college hockey player. This year, a couple of things have been different. So again, we talk about Luke Hughes, talking about Michigan. We already have seen a couple of Michigan players, Power and Beniers, who had just played 1 year. You'd anticipate that, unlike other sports where you go from draft to signing a pro contract to playing professionally, in the NHL, doesn't necessarily work that way. For some guys, maybe some high-end guys, you can go right from the draft to playing professionally. But a lot of these folks are going to go back to their junior team, or in this case, the college team, and continue to play. There's the follow-up each year and see if a player is going to sign if a team offers that contract.
A double-edged sword in Michigan because, you're losing these players. But if you're a recruit and the coach can walk into your living room and say, well, 3 of the 4 players that were drafted last year in the top 4 were Michigan guys. So
it's like Alabama college football reload.
Pretty good chance that you're gonna get a chance to get drafted and play in the NHL if you play for Michigan.
Coach Pearson has his pick, and his players are getting picked. Yeah. Simple as that right now. Columbus Blue Jackets are on the clock with pick number 5. I'll point out that there have been 4 picks so far. Defenseman, center, defenseman. How high do you think we'll see the first goaltender today?
I think 10. That's kind of what's been projected rather, with Jesper Wallstedt potentially going to the Ottawa Senators, a team that's rebuilding on a foundation of kind of prized prospects.
Just lost Joey Decord in the expansion draft to Seattle.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because their GM, Pierre Dorian, said the other day in his availability this week, as Kelly McCrimmon had his, that he feels that they have quantity and quality at the position, but if they feel that they have a future Vezina caliber type of a player, they're going to go grab him. And it was for me, I thought that seemed like a kind of telling statement that might be a direction they're going to go.
So we shall see. The Blue Jackets, we are waiting in eager anticipation as John Davidson has returned to the Blue Jackets organization. And Gary, some changes there with the Blue Jackets, obviously, in the last year or so.
Well, they obviously Panarin left, and then you had the goaltender went to Florida. I can't think of his name. Bobrovsky left, and Seth Jones today. So that's been a lot of really high-end talent has left there, a bit of an exodus, and I think they don't have any choice, but they have to rebuild.
So the Columbus Blue Jackets pick is in at number 5. Here's Gary Bettman.
The Columbus Blue Jackets from Nationwide Arena will present John Davidson, the president of hockey operations. JD, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary. On behalf of our ownership group, led by John McConnell, our staff, coaches, and players, I want to thank all the great fans here tonight at Nationwide Arena. Thank you. Fifth line, it's great to see you again. To make our first pick in the 2021 National Hockey League Draft, I would like to introduce a great and longtime fan of the Blue Jackets, an Ohio guy, a former captain of the Ohio State Buckeyes, and one of the best broadcasters in the business, ESPN's own Kirk Street.
JD, how are you, man? I wish I could be there. I know how the fifth line can get fired up, and some great memories in that arena. And I get back as often as I can, and looking to get back even more this year coming up. But I know it's great to have you back, part of the organization, and helping us rebuild and look forward to trying to get back to the postseason. Exciting time. This young man's name I'm about to read is about to play for the most passionate and loyal fan base, I think, in the NHL. So with the 5th pick in the 2021 NHL Draft, the Columbus Blue Jackets select center Kent Johnson, University of Michigan.
Wow. Okay, so Kirk Herbstreit rather than John Davidson introducing us to Kent Johnson, a center. And I suppose with the Michigan Wolverines taking now 3 out of the first 5, that is a hat trick if I've ever heard of one.
They have never had 3 first-round picks in their history.
They had 25 first-rounders total. And now they've got 3 out of the first 5.
Yep. They've had 2 first-round picks 4 times in 05, 06, 15, and 19, never 3. So, wow. That's all I can say right now is wow.
And Kent Johnson is from Port Moody, British Columbia. That's just outside of Vancouver. And he joins the Columbus Blue Jackets. And just some of the fun facts here when you look at a player and individual accomplishments. 5 points in a game earlier this year. And it wasn't against just any old opponent for the Michigan Wolverines. It was against Michigan State, the Spartans. So 5 points in a game. That is something worth noting. And I suppose when you have a 5-point game, some of the scouts are going to notice in limited exposure time this year, you make that kind of mark on the score sheet. Somebody's going to pick up on it.
Think Mitch Marner. This is a elite playmaking center. He's a first-line guy, a power play player, really slick, makes the little small passes, the 3-foot passes, create space and opportunity with a stick.
We'll take a timeout. When we come back, the Detroit Red Wings selection at number 6. This is the NHL Draft on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
This is your moment. Your I can see the doctors I know moment. Your I've got options I can trust moment. Your I get to choose moment. This is your moment to get healthcare coverage with access to a large nationwide network. With Ambetter, you have access to the doctors you need when you need them right in your area. Get started at enrollambetter.com or call 855-680-3355.
Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. Us, unstoppable.
Universal Solar Direct. Pay less for your electric.
Look at all these bills. We've got to find a way to save money somewhere.
Universal Solar. Let's go solar.
Call Universal Solar Direct now to go on a power play with our exclusive offer. 0 down, 0 payments for 5 months, and 0 interest for 9 years. Invest today, save for a lifetime.
Universal Solar Direct.
Proud sponsor of the Vegas Golden Knights.
Call 702-483-6900.
Resorts World Las Vegas. Stay fabulous.
Here at City National Arena, customer experience is our #1 priority. It's very important that we have a reliable network. We use our network for our ticketing and sales, team store, and production. The most important thing Cox has provided for us is a reliable, fast fiber network. Cox Business has been a great partner for us here at the Golden Knights. On the ice, off the ice, on the road. They're with us wherever we go.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Duva, Stormy Bond, and Tony Gary Lawless here at Studio 31. Whether you're listening on the radio or watching on one of our video streams, we thank you for tuning in. Detroit Red Wings are on the clock. We'll get their pick in just a moment. But for those of you watching, we have an addition to the set here. Some sweet beverages have adorned our set. It's from Raising Cane's, food and drink tonight, courtesy of Raising Cane's, the official chicken finger of the Vegas Golden Knights. You didn't know the Golden Knights had an official chicken finger? They do, and it's Raising Cane's. You can visit one of their 13 Las Vegas locations here tonight, or maybe tomorrow, but there we are.
The most cruel trick ever perpetrated in radio is they brought the food into the room. We can all smell it, and then they took it out of the room.
This is actually my nightmare right now. Next commercial break.
During the break,
can they hear my stomach growling at home?
This is very tasty, very tasty.
It's excellent.
Just
stuff.
at least give me a fry.
We might have to dig in. But the Detroit Red Wings and Steve Yzerman are going to interrupt us for a moment. The pick is in, so we're standing by the Detroit Red Wings pick, and they made a trade for a goaltender in the last couple of days, Gary.
Yeah, and Nedeljkovic, and really interesting what Carolina is doing down there. Interesting is
it's a generous description.
I don't know how else to say it.
Please go on.
The best goals against average in hockey
and
this
they're breaking
year.
it up.
He's young and he's up and coming, relatively small sample size, but they move on from a guy who had just a terrific season, and they've got goaltenders under contract in Carolina that are ending this year, whether it's Mrazek, Bernier, and so anyway, Detroit is perhaps doing what Steve Yzerman did in Tampa, which is find players a little bit of a roll of the dice, and maybe Nedeljkovic is that guy for Detroit. So the Red Wings pick is in, and we will get to that in just a moment. Following the Red Wings, you'll have the San Jose Sharks at number 7, the Los Angeles Kings at number 8, and then the Arizona Coyotes picking number 9. They were not supposed to have a pick, but they made a trade with Vancouver today. So number 9 was Vancouver. It is now Arizona. Arizona will pick number 9. But before that, it's the Kings. Before that, it's the Sharks. And before that, it's the Detroit Red Wings and Steve Yzerman. So the pick is in, and here's Gary Bettman.
Steve Yzerman, Executive Vice President and General Manager of the Detroit Red Wings, to make the number 6 pick is 10-year-old Harold Washington Jr. Harold represents the thousands of children in the city of Detroit who are experiencing the joys of learning hockey through the Red Wings Learn, Play, Score program. Harold, take it away.
Harold? With the 6th pick in the 2021 NHL Draft, the Detroit Red Wings are proud to select
from Frölunda, Sweden, defenseman Simon Edmondson.
Go Red Wings!
That's adorable.
Fantastic, Harold.
That's adorable. So, Simon Edmondson. So, Edmondson is a left-handed defenseman from Onsala, Sweden. And we talk about how different leagues this year had abbreviated seasons. He only played 14 games this year. And a comparable, we are told, is Jay Bouwmeester. Edmondson, 6'4", not quite as tall as Bouwmeester. Quick thoughts on Simon Edmondson to Detroit.
Well, talk about your pedigree of Swedish defensemen. Nick Lidstrom, the perennial Norris Trophy winner, and Steve Yzerman knows all about Nick Lidstrom. This kid is calm, plays, just does not rattle. He's 6'5", he can do a little bit of everything.
When we come back, the San Jose Sharks on the board. Stay tuned.
Summer is back, and America First is here to help you make the most out of every sun-soaked second. With low rates on Visa, auto, RV, home loans, and daily loan payment giveaways. So whatever you've got planned, America First can help you get the funds you need to make every moment unforgettable and make summer yours. Truly.
Legend has it that in the great storm of 1781, John Jameson lost a barrel of his beloved smooth whiskey. He said goodbye to the crew and went in after it. In hindsight, that probably wasn't a good idea. Weeks later, a funeral was held. All of Ireland was in attendance, including John Jameson and his smooth-tasting whiskey.
Nacho Daddy, a Vegas original. 3 Las Vegas area locations. Ice cold beer, voted the best of Las Vegas margaritas. Nachos prepared to perfection. A great atmosphere for everyone. We're located in downtown Las Vegas, Summerlin, and on the Strip in Miracle Mile.
At Smith's, we take scrutinizing freshness to a whole new level, where only the best of the best of the best will do. But just because you can't get any higher than perfect 10 produce, that doesn't mean that we won't try. Because Smith's produce isn't just fresh, it's fresher than fresh. Smith's, fresh for everyone.
Your heating and cooling system goes down, or you find a huge leak. It's time to call Yes Air Conditioning and Plumbing. With more than 50 service trucks to cover the valley, we're always ready to help you 24 hours a day. Our technicians are highly trained to handle any plumbing or HVAC challenges in your home. In fact, they do their job so well, you may never see them again. Visit theyesmancan.com to schedule an appointment today.
back, everybody. Dan Duva, Stormy Bond, and Tony. Gary Lawless. It's the 2021 NHL Draft. We come to you live from Studio 31 here at City National Arena. The San Jose Sharks are on the board. We'll get their pick in a moment. We'll also have a live guest. This is more than a guest. This qualifies as a special correspondent.
Yes.
There have been 3 Michigan Wolverines already selected in the first 5 picks, and we've got our own Michigan Wolverine and former Golden Knights first-round draft choice, Brendan Brisson, set to join us in just a moment. But first, let me tell you this, that the Golden Knights are proud to have Credit One Bank as an official sponsor. The second hour of the broadcast here tonight, brought to you by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of the Vegas Golden Knights. Before we get to Brendan, let's get the San Jose Sharks pick at number 7. San Jose, of course, has fallen off quite a little bit the last couple of years, having met the Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup playoffs in year 1 and year 2 for Vegas. Knights winning in 2018, losing in 2019. And Gary, will see what's up the sleeve of the Sharks.
Yes, for sure. Well, they've got lots of areas where they can improve, and obviously they've still have a ton of money on their blue line. Don't really have a number 1 goalie, so it'd be interesting to see where Doug Wilson goes.
Well, and he did say that he's a best player available type. That's what he'll go for.
Yeah.
So again, we're standing by for the Sharks pick. It is in, then we'll get our Michigan Wolverines correspondent, Brendan Brisson, who's, by the way, his dad, an agent, Pat Brisson, had a busy day with Seth Jones going from Columbus to Chicago. So we'll ask him about that as well. But again, this is pick number 7 for the San Jose Sharks. The pick is in. It'll be followed by the Kings, the Coyotes, and then the Ottawa Senators. As Stormy mentioned, perhaps we're starting to look at the first goaltender, with Joey Daccord having gone from Ottawa to the Seattle Kraken, young goaltender out of Arizona State University, perhaps the budding star Arizona State Sun Devil. Okay, here's the pick from the Sharks.
Pick in the 2021 NHL Draft will be made by the San Jose Sharks. From the SAP Center is Doug Wilson Jr., Director of Scouting. Doug, the floor is yours.
The San Jose Sharks are proud to select from Djurgården, Sweden, William Eklund.
That is Doug Wilson Jr. Doug Wilson Sr., of course, runs the show. That's his son. And there is the pick. It is William Eklund. He is a left winger in Sweden. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. But first, let's go to our correspondent, Brendan Brisson. Brendan, it's Dan and Gary and Stormy here. How's it going today?
Good. How are you guys?
Great. What does it feel like now, a year after you were a first-round draft pick, to now watch it?
Oh, I mean, it feels like it wasn't that too long ago, but it's kind of special just having your teammates and your friends up in the draft this year. Obviously, 4 out of the 5 first picks, being Michigan guys, and I'm just super excited for them.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, and we appreciate you being patient. Like you, we are watching Who's on the Clock. The Kings are up next, but I wonder what it's like for you to not only having seen this, but communicate with these guys. You texting them all? You talking to them here after each one of them got picked?
Yeah, I FaceTimed all of them this morning before the draft, before they got ready, and they were just all super calm and collective. They've worked their whole life for it, so there wasn't any reason to be all nervous. Obviously it was an exciting moment for them, and it's their dreams and it happened. So I'm just super excied.
Brendan,
I've been texting some of them, so after, but not really expecting a response.
Well, I was looking at that American flag behind you. The last time I talked to you, it was right after the World Junior Championships, and you had that USA gold medal weighing your neck down. So congrats to you and all of your success. In terms of your teammates, though, beforehand, because you had gone through this experience, particularly with the draft being virtual, did they ask you any questions throughout the process? Did you offer up advice to them beforehand? What was that like?
Yeah, so I'm actually, we're in the same freshman class as me, so we're all really close. Owen and Kent lived with me, and, just throughout the whole year, I saw, the same process that I went through with all the interviews and, all the hard work that they were putting into the rink, thinking about the draft. And, it's a lot. And I feel like my biggest advice was to them was just not let it get to your head and, just play your game. And, the draft is going to come and you're just going to play better if you're not thinking about it. And I feel like they took it really well, and that's exactly what they did. Talking to all of them this morning, they didn't seem nervous or anything, and they were really calm about it all year. Didn't really talk too much about it. Obviously, it was in the back of their head, but they showed up to the rink every day trying to get better, and that's what really pushed our team as well. Seeing those guys, how dedicated they were, even when they were busy with the draft.
Hey, Brendan, obviously Owen Power, the first pick overall. Tell us about him as a player.
Yeah, I mean, just watching his game, you forget he's 6'6", 225, and he runs the point like he's 5'9", and he's super shifty, and I've never seen, honestly, anyone so dedicated to the game. And
amateur scout Chris Burns.
And
we'll interrupt just for a moment. Let's listen in for the Los
in
Angeles Kings.
2021 NHL Draft for the Los Angeles Kings. Chris, you're up.
With the 8th pick in the 2021 NHL Draft, the LA Kings are proud to select from the Barrie Colts of the OHL, Brant Clark.
That's our 4th D-man.
So there you have it, another defenseman, and from the OHL, which did not play this year. And again, Brendan Brisson is our guest. It's an interesting concept this year, Brendan, because there was no OHL. Just talk about Matty Beniers. He was supposed to go to Harvard. He ends up at Michigan. What was that aspect of things like, where there was so much focus on the college game this year?
Yeah, so Matty actually came, pretty late to our team, but right away he fit in with us. He's the type of guy that gets along with everyone, and really good locker room guy. That guy's always moving, always doing something. Like, the way he plays on the ice is exactly how he is away from the ice, just always doing something, always got a smile on his face. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if it would really affect if all the leagues, if there was no COVID, because, these guys are gamers, and I saw, the work they put in every single day. I still think they'd be getting drafted where they got drafted. And yeah.
Brendan, obviously you've been drafted by the Golden Knights. What do other players say to you or say to one another about Vegas and has a destination for players?
I mean, yeah, right away you just see how much success the team has had, and that just doesn't happen overnight. It starts with everyone in the organization. I know so far, like, since I've been drafted, everyone is treating everyone with respect, and it's a top tier organization, and they do everything right. And I actually got a chance to be around the facilities, and my first time actually in Vegas was this year, and I honestly didn't expect to see as much love for the Golden Knights as I did. I saw so many logos everywhere I looked. I saw the Vegas born, saw the Knights logo, and I honestly didn't expect that, but seeing that made me even more excited. And just the fans, how passionate they are. You always hear about the games. It's like a show. I went to one of the playoff games, and I was starstruck, and I can't wait to be in a Vegas uniform playing in that environment.
It is one of the coolest things, just driving around town. Even if you're on the freeway, you can't really get away from all of the Golden Knights signage everywhere. But while we have you, Brendan, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about what was a tremendous freshman season for you at Michigan. 21 points, a team high 10 goals. What steps do you feel that you have taken this year since your draft day?
I played center my whole life, really, and we had a lot of centers this year at Michigan, and I stepped over to the wing side, and I was playing left wing and right wing this year, and I learned a lot. Playing different positions, getting used in different areas of the game, and I feel like all around my overall game just got a lot stronger. Being able to play in different situations, like I said, either up the middle or on left wing or right wing, and I got a lot stronger in the gym, and I worked on my skating a lot this year. So I'm really pumped for next year, and I know we have a good team and on paper, but all the guys are going to be bringing it.
You must be really excited about getting to play in front of people again.
Yeah, I mean, being at the World Juniors and at Michigan, it would have been nice to be in front of people, even at the draft, but it is what it is, and it's just going to make next year even more special for us when we play our first game in front of fans at Yost.
Brendan Brisson is our guest. Golden Knights first-round selection last year, and just completed his freshman year at the University of Michigan. 3 of his teammates have been selected already. What is it like to be Coach Pearson right now?
Yeah. I mean, I bet you he's on top of the world right now. We still got, Dylan Duke and Mackie Samoskevich. They're 2 incoming freshmen, and they're really good players. And I hopefully they're around where Vegas is picking. Maybe one of them ends up as a Knight. But it was Coach Pearson's got to be super fired up, and I bet you can't wait for our first practice this upcoming season.
I kind of joked a little bit earlier that Michigan hockey is like Alabama in college football. You just reload, continuing to have the draftees and the talent. How fun is that just to be a part of on a regular basis now?
I mean, it's surreal. Like, you don't see it every day. And honestly, when I was watching the draft, seeing all these guys get picked, you don't really think about it. And then you look at it like in a picture like that, and it's it doesn't happen every day. So I feel like we're just going to go to the rink every day, not take anything for advantage, and make the best of the year. And, there's no reason why we shouldn't be winning the national championship.
Brendan Brisson is our guest. Last thing before we let you go here, I've got to ask about what your dad has meant to you through all of this. He had, I'm sure, a busy day with Seth Jones going from Columbus to Chicago. What's it like talking with him about all this?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking, like, I've never seen him so busy, and just seeing how hard he works, and, seeing everything that happens behind the scenes is just something that pushes me every day, when I'm in the gym or on the ice. And, he's always around for me and my brother and my mom, even though he has such a busy schedule. So it's such a good role model for me to see, and just, teaching me things about on the ice and off the ice. It's really helped me. So, yeah.
Well, we appreciate you sharing that with us, Brendan, and thank you for sharing your insight on the Michigan guys that have been selected so far. We might come back to you because there could be more.
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, we appreciate it, Brendan. Thanks very much. We'll talk to you soon. Best wishes.
Thanks, Brendan.
Thank you. Have a good one.
That's Brendan Brisson, Golden Knights' first-round draft selection last year, talking about some of his Michigan Wolverines teammates drafted in the first handful of picks this year. William Eklund and Brant Clark going to San Jose and Los Angeles, respectively. The Arizona Coyotes, pick number 9, up next. Coyotes were not supposed to have a selection in the first round this year, but they do because of a trade with Vancouver.
Glendale, Arizona.
Here it is.
Director of Amateur Scouting Daryl Plendowski will make the 9th selection in the 2021 NHL Draft for the Arizona Coyotes. Daryl, you're up.
The Arizona Coyotes are proud to select from the Edmonton Oil Kings, Dylan Guenther.
There he is, Gary. Dylan Guenther, the guy that you thought was going to be a little bit higher up. Tell us why you thought he was supposed to be so high and what you think about Arizona picking him up.
A great pick for Arizona. Just this guy can score, and he's plays in the Western Hockey League, little NHL or NHL light. How a lot of scouts refer to it. The travel schedule, the style of play. It is the best league in terms of looking at a player and trying to project what he's going to be like later on, because of what you have to go through to play in that league. The toolbox. He's really fast. He's big. Great shot. Sees the ice well. Just does everything. Went in 24 games this year. He went 12 and 12. 12 goals and 12 assists in 24 games this year in the Western Hockey League.
He's a winger, too. A winger rather than a center or a defenseman, which is what we have seen through the first 8 selections. And now a winger, William Eklund to the Sharks. And now a couple picks later, Guenther to the Coyotes. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll find out who the Ottawa Senators have chosen with the 10th pick. This is the 2021 NHL Draft on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Not today, you greasy duck! Not this time, you wannabe knight! Not today, you scurvy sea creature!
Whoa, God! Guys, what are we doing? We have to get this right. The home opener against Seattle is on October 12th. Where's the flag? Oh, no. Go get it.
I got it.
How many more?
We play every team this season.
What?
What is going on?
Oh, man, it's rough. You want me to give him 5?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, guys, we're gonna take 5 here, guys. Grab a fruit snack, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. In the meantime, anyone here want to show Seattle how to lose to the Golden Knights? Any volunteers?
Hold my flag. I got this.
That's perfect, San Jose. 8 times last year, right this way. You'll be perfect for this. Thank you very much.
Wow, I'm so excited to be here. I've never been on set before. Why don't you make a banner about it or something? We already did, y'all. Avalanche!
Original 6, how you guys doing? Cool. You guys will be coming up soon, all right?
I'm so sick of these expansion teams. It was so much better when it was just the 6 of us.
Wee-wee! Florida team's doing good. Tampa, why don't you take 18 million steps towards Buffalo for me? You're gonna go next to last there. Thank you.
This is #1 bull.
All right, man, I think we got everything settled here. All good? Everyone's ready to go. We got Kraken coming in right now.
I got it.
Here you go.
All right, let's reset right here. Start up from the top. 3, 2, 1, action.
Welcome back. Dan Duva, Stormy Bonantoni, Gary Lawless. It is 18 past the hour. We are through 9 picks in the NHL Draft. Dylan Guenther has been taken by the Arizona Coyotes. A big change for Arizona given that they weren't supposed to have a first-round pick at all today. They made a trade with Vancouver, got their pick, and they've got their winger at number 9. Ottawa Senators in at number 10. They are coming up in just a moment. The pick is in for Ottawa. Quick note for those of you who might be watching our show here today. If you're listening on the radio, there is a video component to this. You can check it out on the Golden Knights Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, you name it. We're streaming it. And if you were watching, you would have seen a cool video. It was the Golden Knights schedule reveal. That's right. The schedule came out yesterday. All 82 games, and just a hilarious and entertaining video.
That was so well
all
done.
About the schedule. So if you didn't see it on one of the streams, we're going to play it again in just a little while, one of our other breaks during the program. Or you can go to our many social media channels and find it online in a lot of other places. So
the Canadian
with that, here is the
Tire
Ottawa
Center,
Senators
the home
pick
of
at
the
number
Ottawa
10.
Senators. General Manager Pierre Dorion will be making the 10th selection in the 2021 NHL Draft. Pierre?
Thank you. I would just like to say a hi to all our fans watching on TV. J'aimerais juste saluer tous nos partisans regardant la télévision. We can't wait to see you again on October 14th. The Ottawa Senators are proud to select. Les Sénateurs d'Ottawa sont fiers de choisir from the USA National Team Development Program, Tyler Boucher.
Tyler Boucher heading to the Ottawa Senators. Not a goaltender, as we might have thought. Tyler Boucher from the great state of New Jersey, Haddonfield, New Jersey to be precise, right outside of Philadelphia. And the winger is going to the Ottawa Senators. Right-handed right winger, turned 18 years old in January. And obviously when you think about players from New Jersey. You don't think about them going north of the border. There have been some homegrown talents there in the Garden State. But, of course, a number of those players have been part of the U.S. national program, and such is the case for Tyler Boucher.
Well, we had some inside baseball, Dan, when we were covering the Golden Knights versus the Avalanche series. Brian Boucher, formerly of NBC, now of ESPN, we were in the same hotel as Brian, Ed Olczyk, and Kenny Albert, and the five of us kind of chummed around for the whole series.
So we had some real insight.
Yes, and one night Brian was talking about his son, and he was injured this year, and he was worried that his stock had fallen, and they did not expect him to be a top 10 pick. That's
a leap. Yes,
this will be really exciting for the Boucher family, and we got to hear the great story too about the 5 shutouts in a row from Bouch.
That's right.
And it was fascinating. So really, really cool to see a great family, a great hockey family, have their son drafted by the Ottawa Senators. And Brian's father and mother they're from Canada originally, and so Boucher it's French Canadian, and he will fit right in there with the what did he say? I was listening to Pierre Dorian, and he said to the partisans, regardez télévision. So that's to our fans watching TV.
Wow,
pretty good, eh? Yes.
I didn't know you had that in you.
Nor did I.
Yes.
Boucher, the dad, had moved from Canada to Woonsocket, Rhode Island. So Brian Boucher would, in a lot of ways, call himself a Rhode Islander, but had moved, of course, around in the NHL, Philadelphia, the Coyotes, the Sharks, the Flames, the Blue Jackets, the Blackhawks, the Hurricanes, and, of course, has done a lot of broadcasting and in the years since retiring. But there he is, Tyler Boucher. Not a goalie like his dad, but a winger.
Well, that's why you don't leave predictions to this girl. But
well, I think what we know now is that Brian Boucher should have made Tyler a goalie.
There we go. But I
just went in the top 10. I think he did it right.
It's a shame though that Dave Gaucher isn't on the desk right now, because 21-22 he's committed to go to BU, a certain school I think Gauche knows something about. Maybe.
Yeah, we got Rhode Island roots, Boston University roots. This has got Dave Gaucher all over.
I wish he was here so he could just go and go and go.
Here's
Blue Jackets pick at number 12.
With Columbus's second first-round pick in the 2021 NHL Draft, General Manager Jarmo Kekalainen will make the selection. Jarmo?
Good evening, Fifth Line. Thank you for your support through a tough season that we had. We really appreciate it. With the 12th overall selection, the Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from Sioux Falls Stampede, the USHL, Cole Sillinger.
Cole Sillinger drafted at number 12 by the Columbus Blue Jackets. This selection was supposed to be, just hours ago, a Chicago Blackhawks pick, but in the big trade sending Seth Jones to Chicago, a first-round pick to Columbus. That is this pick, and it is Cole Sillinger from Regina, Saskatchewan, headed to the Columbus Blue Jackets, a centerman at number 12.
And he was somebody who was supposed to play in the WHL and ends up going to the USHL, and is named the Rookie of the Year, leading all rookies in goals with 24. And just speaking of those NHL bloodlines, as we just got off of Brian Boucher, his dad Mike, ultimate journeyman, 1,049 games over 17 seasons with 12 different teams. So he was very busy, but just another little cool tie there.
Yeah, Mike Sillinger, his name came up often on trade deadline day in the NHL. Cole has been compared to Mark Stone, has his style of player. He is really thick and plays hard, goes to the net, plays a real hard game, and has a lot of skill. Great vision, can really pass the puck and finds the open man, which is really good. He likes to throw his weight around in all three zones, and his play in the defensive zone has improved. Still needs a little fine-tuning, but it's getting better.
Calgary is on the clock now at pick number 13. Gary, this is sort of an interesting day for the Blue Jackets. We talked about how they trade Seth Jones to the Columbus Blue Jackets, and Jones signs a mega deal with Chicago. But on the draft side of things, how about the consequence for Columbus to have 2 picks in the top 12? That doesn't happen very often.
No, it doesn't happen very often, and especially when you didn't know you were going to have those picks. And that's why, as a scouting staff, you do your job and be prepared to draft in whatever spot and as often as possible, because you don't know what your general manager is going to do to you on draft day, and he may, you may not have any picks, you may have a bunch of picks when you wake up that day, and by the time you get to the draft table, it might be all different.
6th Canadian selected so far out of the 12, so half of the picks so far are Canadian-born, a couple of Swedes, and a few Americans. Mention Matthew Beniers, Luke Hughes, and Tyler Boucher are American-born draftees so far. That does not include those who have played collegiately here in the United States. It does happen, of course, that some Americans go north of the border for junior hockey, but many Canadians do come south here to play American collegiate hockey. And such was the case for Owen Power, who is Canadian-born but played at the Michigan Wolverines. And then an American-born Matthew Beniers, he goes by Matty, grew up in Massachusetts, thought he would go to Harvard, ended up going to Michigan because Harvard was not to play this year. Then we talked about McTavish and then Luke Hughes and on. And now here we are with Calgary on the clock at number 13. We mentioned earlier that there would have been a pick in there for the Arizona Coyotes, but that pick was forfeited last summer because Arizona violated the league's combine testing policy, and so they forfeited this first-round pick, but also a pick in the second round next year. Basically, their highest picks in this year's draft and next year's draft. A different regime now, but Arizona, without a first-round pick starting the day, made the deal with Vancouver, so they did get a pick with Dylan Guenther, and some would call him one of the top 4 players in the draft. Fell to number 9, and then Tyler Boucher at number 10, and then here at number 12 it is Cole Sillinger, and then we have Calgary on the clock, pick coming up in just a moment or so. That'll be followed by Buffalo's second first-round pick, then the Dallas Stars, and then the New York Rangers. You're wondering about the Golden Knights. As of now, they are holding on to pick number 29. It's the 30th round, as I mentioned, Arizona not taking that pick in number 11. So stand by for the Golden Knights' first-round pick. It is their own first-round pick as opposed to a trade that was made. They got a pick from another team. Later on, there are a few picks that the Knights have that are other teams. So some rounds they'll be higher up than where they are here in the first round, which will be pick number 29. So Calgary on the clock. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more in just a moment on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Do you know what all these people have in common? They all love saving money on their energy bill. And with PowerShift, you can save too. Like with our free smart thermostat. Set it to save energy and you can save up to $100 a year. See if you're income eligible for select new energy efficient appliances and get them free of charge. Need help budgeting or paying your bill? Want to go paperless? We make that easy too. For all the ways you can save, go to nvenergy.com/PowerShift.
When a folded flag is placed in your hands, it can feel as if you're marching alone into an uncertain future. But you are not alone. Just as soldiers march together, the Folded Flag Foundation is there, marching right beside you. By funding educational opportunities for Gold Star families, the Folded Flag Foundation helps us on our path to a better future. March together with us. Give today at foldedflagfoundation.org.
You're out and about. You're feeling good and living well. You're seizing the day every day. Patient-centered care from Southwest Medical, part of Optum Care, helps make it happen. A focus on prevention and a healthy lifestyle keep you going strong. With over 450 providers in more than 45 locations, you can see a doctor on your schedule, even if you need one today. So live your best, Southern Nevada, because healthy looks good on you. Find out more at SMALV.com.
Last year at Star Nursery, we loaded our stores with the best selection ever. This year, we had to go bigger. Experience our biggest season. More choices, more savings, more of what you love. Add life to your outdoor space with 5-gallon shrubs for $9.88 each. Just $9.88 each. Come see why Star Nursery is voted the #1 garden center year after year. Go organic with Dr. Q's organic plant food. 4-pound bag for $6.99. That's just $6.99 a bag. Star Nursery, your garden's partner for every blooming thing.
The 2021 NHL Draft coverage continues live from Studio 31 at City National Arena. Dan Duva here, and we have made a line change. Stormy Bonantoni and Gary Lawless have stepped out into the studio. Shane Knighty, Dave Gosher.
Out with the old, in with the new. I don't know if it's I'm not sure if it's an improvement, but it's a change. It's a change nonetheless, whatever it might be. So, what's going on here, Dan?
There was a selection
there was a
while
pick.
we were away. Matthew Coronado, another American-born player, if I'm not mistaken, going to a Canadian club in the Calgary Flames. Matthew Coronado, a right winger who is from New York City and played at the Chicago Steel this past year, the past couple of years. We've seen a few Chicago Steel guys go to Michigan and then get drafted early in this draft, and this one is not yet at the University of Michigan, but Matthew Coronado drafted at number 13, a winger for the Calgary Flames, and now Buffalo is on the clock for its second pick of the first round.
You know, and that's got to be the story so far, right, Dan? Is this whole Michigan thing? You know, you've got 3 of the top 5, but it's really 4 because Luke Hughes is committed to going to Michigan.
Right.
It's you know, Shane and I were watching you guys earlier, and we said that Shane had the notes, the first American trio ever, right? American trio to go first round. The Hughes brothers in the first round, which is just beyond belief. I was saying to Shane, Jim Hughes was an assistant with the Boston Bruins back in my old job with Robbie Fatorik, and got to know him a little bit. Didn't know any of the. I don't even know if the kids might not have been born or they were really young. Realize how long ago it was, right?
18, 19,
how long ago.
You've
been around a long time. I've been around since the mid '60s. But yeah, it's just incredible that. I heard you saying, Mel Pearson at Michigan. What a recruiting tool this is.
Oh my gosh,
unbelievable.
Yeah,
unreal.
What's next? Yeah,
it's not done. There's still more possibilities.
Exactly right.
Really speaks well for that whole program. And
I think Brendan Brisson has been the highlight of the show so far.
No argument.
Any question about that.
We're going to have him back on. He's got lots of Michigan Wolverine stuff to talk about, and we'll be talking about the Buffalo Sabres coming up in just about 2 minutes. So that's a big theme, obviously, the Michigan Wolverines, guys. There has not been a goaltender selected so far. You figure there'd be one by the time we got through the top 10, and now we're into pick number 14. You thought maybe that Ottawa would take a goaltender, given that they just traded away Joey Decourt. Well, not traded, but taken in the expansion draft by Seattle. But now here we are, Buffalo Sabres on the clock for pick number 14. And by the way, defensemen in their first selection, Owen Power, who was the 4th defenseman taken, first overall, going back 23 years. Not too many defensemen go number 1.
No, we heard you guys talking. Gary talked about it, just the steps he said. Everybody said he was the clear number 1 overall, kind of, head and shoulders a bit above everybody else in the class. From there on, there's a lot of different ways, teams could go, and you've kind of seen that from, the multiple lists we get and how everybody's projected. But it's been such a unique year, and for a hockey guy like myself, I have a lot of respect because usually the draft, you're not only drafting the attributes these kids have now, but you're drafting that projection, how they're going to develop, the development curve of these players, and a lot of them didn't get to develop this year. When you take a year off, a lot of these guys who didn't play, when you take that away from a kid when they're 17 years old, that's a big step in the maturation process of them growing as a player. And sometimes, a guy who's at top at 17, there's someone who comes along that has that year that blows them away. Well, you didn't really get to see that. So, real great job done here by all the amateur staffs on every team to make these picks.
You throw COVID into the mix too,
Yeah.
and not being able to go to a lot of these games, quite obviously, and the OHL not playing at all, and a lot of these kids, that were going to play in the Ontario League decided to go and play overseas. There was, Matty Beniers was going to go to Harvard, as you mentioned, Dan. He said, well, no ECAC action, so he goes and plays at Michigan. So, you try to make the best out of what was obviously not an ideal situation. I would be very curious to kind of hear, Bobby Lowe's has been a great guest over the years on these draft shows. The challenges that not only the Golden Knights, but every team's in the same boat of with COVID restrictions here, just what it was like to, last year, you think about the draft last year, it was in October, but by the time the pause had come, middle of March, they had a chance to see a lot of most of the season, right?
You missed out on playoffs, but you saw basically a regular season's worth of hockey.
This year, forget it.
Yeah.
So, hats off to, we say every year at this time, Dan, it's the lifeblood of your organization, right? If you draft and develop well, you give yourselves a chance. You're going to bring in your free agents, and, obviously that's where, and we've seen some big trades here already today. But it all has to be based on drafting and developing your own guys, and that's a big step towards doing that here today.
In the Quebec Major Junior League, which started its season with a plan, tried to break it into divisions, playing sort of like the NHL, no overlap, division to division. They still had COVID outbreaks. You had a couple of teams go for months between games. They did not allow scouts in person until March in the Quebec Major Junior League. Buffalo Sabres pick is in. We're waiting on that. They had the number 1 overall selection in Owen Power, the defenseman from the Michigan Wolverines, as we have been discussing. And they are the second team to have 2 picks in the first round.
We
Here's the pick, and
return
Gary
to
Bettman.
KeyBank Center in Buffalo, New York, where the Sabres will make their second pick of the first round. Jerry Fortin, Director of Amateur Scouting, will be making the pick.
The Buffalo Sabres are pleased to select from Leksand in the Swedish Hockey League, Isaac Rosen.
Isaac Rosen from the Swedish Hockey League goes to the Buffalo Sabres. And you lose Ristolainen, and you go back to Sweden. So here is Isaac Rosen from Stockholm, and has been playing in the Swedish Hockey League, an abbreviated season there with 22 games. He goes to the Buffalo Sabres with the 14th pick in this year's draft.
Has drawn comparison, Dan, to Jake DeBrusk of the Boston Bruins. Closed out the under-18 World Championships on a real good run. Had goals in the last 5 games of the tournament. So, for the Sabres, and you think about their fan base, right? That's just, what has it been, a decade without the playoffs, right? And it seems like it's kind of a perpetual rebuild. Well, maybe now there is some light at the end of the tunnel. They make this trade where they deal Ristolainen today. They get Owen Power. Now they pick up Rosen here with this pick. And you've got to hope for them at some point. I guess the big question and the elephant in the room is what's going to happen with Jack Eichel. But that being said, for Kevin Adams, a lot of work to be done, but you hope there's, maybe some better days ahead for just such a passionate fan base in that city.
Well, and it's not going to be a quick turnaround. And 2 picks here in the first round. Owen Power, certainly somebody I think you'll project to see in the NHL sooner than later. A guy like Rosen, still small, needs to really grow. Only 156 pounds, 5'11", but certainly a creative playmaker in the offensive zone, and a guy that they'll look to provide that offense as he continues to grow and to develop. But yeah, for the Sabres, it's something you got to look to. This is where patience, as rough as it has been for that fan base, it's hard to have a quick turnaround, and sometimes you got to step back, grab some patience, and try and rebuild. And I think you're going to see more moves from this Buffalo Sabres team. Of course, that's a whole nother show if you talk bringing the Jack Eichel situation and Sam Reinhart's name. So some of their top players now, are they going to be used as pieces to move around and help them continue this rebuild? We'll wait and see as the offseason moves along.
And speaking of the Ristolainen trade, Dan, so this pick was from that trade today, right? They traded Ristolainen to the Philadelphia Flyers for a defenseman, Robert Haig, this first-round pick that they just took. And they also have a second-rounder coming up in the 2023 draft as well, do the Sabres.
And for the record, while we here in the United States might pronounce his name Isaac Rosen, In Sweden, it might be pronounced Isak Rosén. So we'll see how.
Well, we're not in Sweden right now, so let's stick with the Isaac
Rosén to the Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah.
Rick Jenrette will have to figure it out.
Americanize him as quickly as possible.
So we will
for guys
find
that
out.
talk for a living.
In the meantime, the Dallas Stars are now on the clock at number 15. It is Dallas's first pick here in this draft, and they lost Jamie Oleksiak in the expansion draft. Of course, had been with Dallas for so long, briefly to Pittsburgh, then back to Dallas. And I start to wonder at times how much the immediate needs correspond with draft selection. You're looking at guys at this stage especially probably aren't going to be NHL guys in the immediate future. You look at maybe in the top few selections, okay, you can see a guy at 18 years old coming right in. But now as we're into the middle of the first round, you start to think these are not guys we're going to see in the NHL for a year or two.
And I think, too, Dan, there was a lot of discussion about, look, Power was the consensus number one pick. Yeah. But, just some of the different things that I had read, there was really was kind of a roll of the dice, if you will, after that top pick. There was a lot of question as to who would go in the ensuing picks after that. But to your point, now we're pretty much almost middle of the round. One more pick to get to dead middle of this first round now. But Dallas on the board right now at number 15. And it looks like I think I heard through my headphones we may have a trade here, Dan.
And so we will see. And Elliot Friedman reporting that Detroit is moving up from the 23rd pick to the 15th pick, which is right now. So Dallas, as far as we can tell, is not going to be drafting. Instead, it will be Steve Yzerman and the Detroit Red Wings, who already have a selection in this first round. They went with a defenseman at number 6 in Simon Edvinsson, and this will be the third club to have 2 selections in the first round and in the first 15 picks. So we'll see what Steve Yzerman has in mind here and what he does for the Red Wings here in pick number 15. And since we're talking Red Wings here, they had a trade for a goldtender the other day.
Right.
And Nedeljkovic coming over from the Hurricanes. What do you guys think about that?
I thought it was a real good trade for Detroit. Nedeljkovic is going to be the goalie of the future for them. It's a position you want to kind of solidify. Jimmy Howard was there for years, has moved on. And for the Detroit Red Wings, I think Steve Yzerman, if anything we've seen from his results of him being a GM, well, look at the Tampa Bay Lightning and what they've been able to do. His fingerprints all over that team that just won 2 straight Stanley Cups, and now taking over this Detroit team that, much like Buffalo, has been through struggles, not as long, but certainly recently, a team trying to rebuild, and I think he's the perfect guy, and he's put one of the most important positions and brought a guy in that he believes in, Nedeljkovic, with a real good salary cap, and he's not only bringing him in, able to sign him.
I was surprised that Carolina moved on.
I was shocked.
When I saw it, I had to look at it twice. Why would they trade him? Real good pickup for Detroit. And to your point, Shane, about Steve Yzerman. So they draft. You said Dan Edvinsson here with the 6th pick. A couple of years ago, they drafted Moritz Seider, right? Another young defenseman with the 6th overall pick back in 2019. So again, you've got the right guy at the wheel if you're looking to rebuild your franchise when you think about the great picks that
is
the Lightning had
trading
over the
pick
years.
number 15 to Detroit for picks number 23, 48, and 138, all in this year's draft. So Dallas sends 15 to Detroit for 23, obviously a first-round pick, 48, second-round pick, and 138. So Detroit, you're now on the clock.
So there it is. So Detroit, the pick isn't quite ready to go.
The first-round pick, it's number 15. The Stars get 3 picks. You heard Gary Bettman say a first-rounder, they're number 23. Also a second-round pick and a 5th-round pick, all in this year's draft. So that is our first trade in draft so far.
And a real big connection between those 2 general managers. Of course, Jim Nill, the longtime assistant GM with Detroit and all those when Steve Yzerman was captain and they were winning Stanley Cups. Can look, I believe, some of those other guys. I believe that's Chris Draper. It might be Maltby. So a few guys sitting at the Detroit table that were very successful there. And, of course, very familiar with Jim Nill of the Dallas Stars.
So we'll step aside. When we come back, we'll get the Detroit Red Wings pick, their 2nd of the first round. It's 15 overall. That's straight ahead on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
You got to put your heart and soul into it. Give it 110%. This is what you've been working for. You gotta play like there's no tomorrow because...
Yeah, Dad. I got it.
Because this is where champions are made.
This is Rain. It's more than just total body fuel. It's total push yourself beyond the limits fuel. It's total you got this, ain't nothing gonna hold you back fuel. From 9 to 5 or 5 to 9, it's more than a pick-me-up. It's a jumpstart your day, get me through the night, kicking the can. With all the goods your body needs to crush your goals, so you can focus, boost, hydrate, and recover. This is Rain, total body fuel.
Vegas Golden Knight Alex Tuck is a hero on the ice, and off the ice, he's doing something even more important. He's a registered organ, eye, and tissue donor. In the United States, more than 100,000 people are waiting for a life-saving organ transplant. That's more than 5 times the capacity of the Fortress.
We all have the power to end the wait.
My son Mikey saved 8 lives and healed many more.
Learn more about Nevada Donor Network and register to be a hero at nvdonor.org.
We're back for the 2021 NHL Draft alongside Dave Gosher and Shane Knighty. I'm Dan Duva. Thanks for listening on Fox Sports Las Vegas and listening and watching on our various online streams. While we were away, the Detroit Red Wings made their selection at number 15, and it is the first goaltender here in the draft, Sebastian Cossa, who is from Fort McMurray, Alberta, playing for Edmonton in the WHL. He is the first goaltender, and he's a big one, too, at 6'6".
Oh, and this is right after we talked about the Detroit Red Wings trading for Nedeljkovic, that thought they were all set in goal, but certainly maybe trying to bolster that behind him in the future. Yeah, I mentioned a big goaltender, goes 6'6", kind of his styles compared to Pecorine, who just retired from the game, and we know the career he had with the Nashville Predators. You get a goalie like this, a young goalie, said, and it's like any position you can teach and their skills are going to develop, but that size certainly takes away a lot of the net already. And Detroit obviously very high on him, that gave up, exchanged 3 picks with Dallas to move up. They felt this guy must be, if he's still there, they didn't want to waste a pick and moved up to get him.
And the other part of it is the Rangers have been rumored to want a goaltender. So perhaps that's why Steve Yzerman picks that spot to get ahead of the Rangers. And now perhaps in New York with a new staff, they've got to figure out who's their number 2 goalie if, in fact, Cossa was their number 1.
Now what do we do?
Yeah, right.
Well, we were saying that so there's not been a goalie picked in the top 5 since Carey Price. You have to go back to the draft in 2005.
Right.
The last time that you had a goalie go that high. So, but with Cossa, terrific year. You mentioned there's kind of stops and starts in the Western League and in the Quebec League. Won his first 12 decisions last year. Did Cossa. Tristan Jarry of the Penguins broke his record for consecutive wins consecutive wins in a season at 12 in a row. So, and I guess the other thing I would mention too, guys, is, all right, sir, if you're Dallas, you have the 15th pick, you trade out of it to go down a bit, and you also pick up 2 other picks. Well, why would you do that? Well, I would imagine because you think the player you're targeting is going to be there, right? You can afford to let him sit. Where do they trade down to? I think it was 19th, I think. I'd have to find it here on the board. But So obviously the Stars were not too enamored.
23.
They weren't too enamored with what you've got to think the player they want or the player they're targeting they feel is going to be there at 23, and they also grab a couple of picks too from Detroit.
How about this? And I don't know if you guys are fans of the Dumb and Dumber movie.
Yeah,
I've seen that.
Yes,
but they say that Kosa has the nickname of Seabass, as in Sebastian.
Oh, that's Cam Neely.
Sure
which
is.
is Cam Neely, of course, who plays the character Seabass in that terrific Jim Carrey film Dumb and Dumber.
Wouldn't want to have a bite. Was it a cheeseburger? Wouldn't want to have a bite of that burger after Seabass came over to the table.
So there you have it. The first goaltender off the board, and the New York Rangers on the clock will have their pick in about 90 seconds. We'll see if they go with a goaltender or if they'll go in another direction. After the Rangers, you'll have the Winnipeg Jets, followed by the Nashville Predators. And looking a little bit further down the line, after the Predators, Edmonton Oilers, Boston Bruins, Minnesota Wild. Then comes that Dallas pick, having dropped to number 23. Panthers, Blue Jackets again. It'll be their third pick in the first round. Then Minnesota gets another pick. Carolina, Colorado, Devils, Golden Knights, Canadians, and then the Blackhawks.
To your point, Dan, about the Rangers, right? So they clean house, right? Not that long ago with John Davidson out, David Quinn out, Jeff Gordon out. Jeff Gordon's actually been providing some commentary with ESPN's coverage. So a whole new staff here, and the Rangers with this. Chris Drury stays, obviously, gets elevated to the president and general manager, but with this, and obviously a new coach in Gerard Gallant. It was just back in October. They took Alexis Lafreniere, number 1 overall, and now they're dead middle of the first round here, about 9-10 months later here with pick number 16. So be curious to see, they trade Pavel Buchnevich earlier today for Sammy Blais in a draft pick. So, and you get a Rangers team that, they've won one cup, what was somebody telling me recently, in 81 years? If you think about it, right, it was 1940 to, 1994.
But
so,
that one will last a lifetime.
That's the rumor anyways. But it hasn't been much since then. One run to the final where they lost to the Kings. Yep. But so they're trying to get things going. They had Capo Caco was the number 2 pick a couple of years ago, and then Lafreniere just back in October, and now they try to take some more steps in the right direction here tonight.
The other move that the New York Rangers made earlier today was buying out the contract of Tony DeAngelo. Who was placed on unconditional waivers, had only played a handful of games early in the season. He himself, a first-round pick for Tampa Bay when Steve Yzerman was there, obviously did not work out, traded to multiple organizations, and there was an incident with Georgiev early in the season, and the Rangers had had enough, and the Rangers with the new regime deciding that they want to officially part ways with Tony DeAngelo. They couldn't find a place for him, so unconditional waivers followed by a contract buyout, and that will mean Tony DeAngelo will be an unrestricted free agent, no longer a member of the New York Rangers. You mentioned the trade with Sammy Blais coming from the Blues to New York, and that's in exchange for Buchnevich.
And they also got Barclay Goodrow. They signed him up,
point,
so some grit to that team, a real character guy. He paid a lot of money for that position, but a guy coming off winning 2 Stanley Cups with Tampa, certainly the pedigree that the Rangers want to bring into that room.
You'd think too, guy. I mean, you look at the Rangers and you look at them. Some good players on that team. You'd think at some point they would be able to gain some traction. You think of Mika Zibanejad. They got the Norris Trophy winner in Adam Fox.
16th selection in the 2021 NHL Draft will be made from the MSG Training Center in Westchester, New York, by New York Rangers President and General Manager Chris Drury. Chris?
The New York Rangers are proud to select from the Flint Firebirds, Brennan Othman.
So there is yet another selection that comes from the OHL, and that is sort of a surprise, not in that this particular player, and Brennan Othman is from the OHL, but because they didn't play this year. So there you have it with the Flint Firebirds in the OHL. There was no season this year, but you go back a couple of years and played 55 games and had the 17 goals. That is the pick for the New York Rangers at number 16, Brennan Othman.
So, like many players, Dan, went with the OHL not playing, went overseas, played in Switzerland, Had a pretty good year over there. Won the gold medal with the U18 World Championships with Canada. So, again, you had to try and figure something out, especially if your league was not going to play. And he was able to go over to Switzerland. And, some of the projections we had, matter of fact, the booklet I'm looking at he was projected at 21st, so he goes a little bit higher than that. And so Chris Drury and his staff there, their first draft together just recently put together, and they grab Othman here with the 16th pick.
And you wonder, as we mentioned before, did Detroit maybe change their course of thinking if they were looking for a goalie, and Detroit moving up to Costa, and now Othman will go to the Rangers as they select a forward. Certainly New York making a lot of moves. They've got a lot of youth on that team. Lafreniere, they got Capo, as you mentioned, and
two young goalies, right? Shesterkin and Georgiev.
Young D still, Fox, what he was able to do. But as we know, the Rangers, Chris Drury has come in, not for them to, was it 3 years ago they said they were going to do a complete rebuild, 2 years ago? And, well, they feel that's been long enough. It's time to be a playoff team once again and to be a competitor. So not only taking some young players in their lineup, drafting here, but they need to try and advance quickly.
And that's, I guess my point earlier, you look at, Zibanejad, Panarin, terrific player that they bring in as a free agent. Fox, who just won the Norris. They moved on from Lundqvist, but Kähkönen, Capo Kähkönen, Capo Kähkönen? Am I saying that?
Yes.
I get
Capo
Kähkönen. Yeah. No, Kähkönen is the goalie for
the guy in the
Capo Kähkönen plays for the Rangers. Right. Kähkönen youngsters plays for the Wild. He's the goaltender.
That's right.
Capo. And Lafreniere. Yeah, exactly.
So we'll step aside. We're halfway through the draft. This is Fox Sports Las Vegas.
At Raising Cane's, our dining rooms are open, and our crew is serving up hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crispy crinkle-cut fries, buttery Texas toast, and my favorite, cane sauce. So come on in for meetups and wind-downs, lunch breaks and dinner fixes, pre-games and after-parties, or whenever your chicken finger cravings hit. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, one love.
We are there in your community. Small business owners, mechanics, police officers, homemakers. And we are there serving our nation in the Air Force Reserve. When medical emergencies arise, in cybersecurity, when natural disasters happen, we are there in space. We are Reserve Citizen Airmen, and we are there with over 180 different jobs to serve your country. Air Force Reserve.
Dollar Loan Center has been Nevada's community short-term lender for over 20 years. And DLC is thrilled to announce that we are now the official short-term lender of the Vegas Golden Knights and Henderson Silver Knights. And we are taking it up a notch with a brand new location, and this one is 200,000 square feet. We are proud to have the Silver Knights call the Dollar Loan Center its new home. And yes, we'll even have an activation center in our amazing new Henderson Arena. Opening in early 2022.
Forecast, plenty of sunshine through today.
Rush Hour will never feel the same. Experience thrilling performance from our entire line of vehicles at the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. See Lexus of Las Vegas and Lexus of Henderson.
Hockey is on. And no matter the city, no matter the team, no matter the game, whether it's face-off or penalty shots, regular season or playoffs, win or lose, no matter what happens, no matter where it happens, New Amsterdam Vodka is there.
2.5 hours into our radio program, Dan Duva with Dave Gosher, Shane Knighty, and Gary Lawless has returned as we have moved into the second half of the first round. The St. Louis Blues have made their selection. It is Zachary Bolduc, played for Rimouski in the Quebec Major Junior League. He is a centerman, 6'1", and Quebec-born. Zachary Bolduc to the St. Louis Blues at pick number 17, officially kicking off the second half of the first round.
So kind of a circuitous route for him, right? He originally thinks he's going to go to college, doesn't go to the college route, goes to play at Sioux City in the USHL, and after just a couple of games of that, decides to leave and go to the Quebec League. So an interesting route for him to get to this point tonight. An injury last year, missed the final 8 weeks late in the year. His season ended in March. But, yeah, for Bolduc, you think about it, guys. The Blues are only a couple of years removed from winning the Stanley Cup, but there's been a lot of changes now when you think about the guys that have most notably, the Golden Knights signed a defenseman as a free agent. That was a huge part of the Blues a couple of years ago. And
then they've lost Vince Dunn.
They've lost Vince Dunn now.
Trying to get rid of another guy?
They're trying to get rid of a winger that hasn't happened.
Seattle
yet.
Didn't want Tarasenko, and it doesn't look like anybody else does.
No.
Where is Ron Francis right now?
He's in the Space Needle.
What is going on?
Getting a tour.
Knights,
getting a tour of the Space Needle.
Speaking of first-round picks, they had 3, which they used to acquire, now. But, Seattle right there, they're just happy with that one pick and then have a nap.
Somebody phoned me today and said it's been way harder for Seattle. And I was like, wait a minute. Has it been way harder, or did they make it way harder? The word on the street is teams wanted to make deals. The price was too high, and Ron Francis was didn't want to negotiate. Didn't want to come off his price. So as a result, listen, I think he had 2 ways to go: either try and collect a bunch of assets to use in a draft and develop program, or take the players that were available. He hasn't done either. He left Carey Price and Tarasenko and whoever. No, I'm not saying he should have done that. But if you're not going to do that, if you're not going to try and get the best players, then you got to get assets. And he didn't do that either.
The general manager
Gary
of the
Bettman again with the Winnipeg Jets.
Kevin Cheveldayoff will be making the 18th selection in the 2021 NHL Draft. Kevin?
Thanks, Gary. The Winnipeg Jets are proud to select from USA Hockey National Team Development Program, Chaz Lucius.
Chaz Lucius goes to the Winnipeg Jets at pick number 18. As one quick thought on the last point you were going to make, Gary, point of reference. Year one, Vegas had 12 picks. 12 picks.
Yeah.
And as it stands now, it would be obviously just the 7 for Seattle.
Well, 12 picks and Alex Tuck and Shea Theodore to boot.
Yeah. That's the thing, guys, I found interesting after the expansion draft the other day. All right, this is their team, but when the Golden Knights and you I think you were here for it, Gary. You were here for the expansion draft. Us 3 dopes weren't on board just yet. But the fascinating thing was all the side deals. It was Alex Tuck, it was Riley Smith, it was Shea Theodore. To this point, anyways, we've seen none of that with Seattle in terms of taking that potential route to try to add players in addition to the expansion.
Well, I understood what Ron Francis was doing. The expansion, I figured he was taking cap as his value, which I think maybe there were some deals he couldn't get done, so he figured the best way to have leverage on teams was to have all this cap space. But I would expect some of it to start be moving for assets and for picks, but we've yet to see that anyway.
That cap space is perishable too. It's only good for 1 year, right? You know what I mean?
They still got to get to the floor.
Like if they play at 65 or 70 million this year, that's a mistake. You have to use, if your owner's willing, and Bonderman and Bruckheimer, they got lots of money. They want to be a good organization. They'll give him the green light to spend that money, but you got to use it, because if you don't use it, it doesn't carry over. It's gone, man.
Lucius here, Dan, by the way, just
Quite
taken.
Story.
By the Jets. Missed a good chunk of last year. Had knee surgery. Didn't play much. Had a kind of they call it a bone lesion, freak injury. A puck hit him in the growth plate. Recovery included 6 weeks in a wheelchair, 44 2-hour sessions of being in a hyperbaric oxygen chamber. Have you ever been in one of those, Shane?
I have not.
Okay.
No, they weren't around when I was.
But, you think about him coming off this injury, right, which was a significant knee injury, missing most of last season, had surgery almost a year ago, last August. So the road back for this young kid, good for him. The road back tonight leads to him being a first-round pick of the Winnipeg Jets.
I know what growth plate issues are like. I get a full plate and I grow.
I was just waiting for you to go somewhere with that.
I wasn't sure if that was going off the road.
No, I knew it was going somewhere.
There we have it. Lawman has made his presence known in hour number 3 of the broadcast. And hour number 3 of the broadcast is brought to us by UMC. UMC is the proud exclusive hospital provider of the Vegas Golden Knights. And again, UMC is the presenting sponsor here for hour number 3 of the program. Chaz Lucius going from Grant, Minnesota to the Winnipeg Jets. So just a little bit up the road from his home state in Minnesota up to Winnipeg, Manitoba.
They like their Minnesota guys.
They like their Americans.
Winnipeg.
Americans and Europeans are very popular with the Winnipeg Jets.
They like Minnesota guys because it's Winnipeg is a tough sell for some players, and it's a tough sell for the families of some players. And if a guy's from Minnesota and his wife is from Minnesota, the cold and I love Winnipeg. I lived there a long time.
What about Canadian players? Is it not cold for them?
They don't want to play there. I don't know why. You tell me.
Austin Matthews is playing in Toronto.
That's right.
Yeah,
for now.
He grew up in the warm weather of Scottsdale.
Right. Can't wait to get back to Scottsdale.
Yeah,
that's right.
Where there's no media and no winter.
Yeah. I thought the lawman was with the growth plate thing was going to go in an injury way. I broke my elbow when I was 5 or 6 back in the old days in the growth plate.
Really?
And had to do whatever rehab was back then, so one arm would be not longer than the other. So that's I have my
Are we really going to start talking injuries?
So then
after
that,
show on myself
I broke my wrist, and then I did other. But we can get back to your litany of injuries at some point.
The Nashville Predators have a pick that is in, and we'll get to that in just a moment. Following Nashville, Edmonton Oilers, Boston Bruins, and then the Minnesota Wild as we cruise through round 1. Tomorrow morning, early, 8 o'clock a.m., the draft continues with round number 2, and the process works a little bit different if you've watched the NHL Draft in previous years. It's a little bit more rapid fire, and we will be back here with live coverage starting at 8 and right through about noon, maybe 1 o'clock. We'll see how far we get with the Golden Knights having a pick here today. It is the 29th selection, and then they'll have a few more picks. And then we'll see what the Golden Knights do in terms of, they've got a few picks that are not their own. Are they going to move around? We had Kelly McCrimmon joining us early in the broadcast talking about maybe some movement. We'll see. There's just been a couple of trades within the draft, but none that have involved the Golden Knights so far.
Sorry, go ahead, Shane.
No, I was just going to say, Gary, a lot of the talk coming into this was, it's going to be a silly season right now with trades. Do you think the asks are just too high at this point?
Cap space is everyone knows.
What I mean. So people need to make moves.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Arizona is really the most active team. Buffalo is starting to get some stuff going. Columbus, the Flyers have been pretty active, but Tampa's got some work to do. They haven't done it yet. It'll be fascinating. I think in the next July 28th is obviously UFA. I think that after this, there's a market here because some teams want picks. Well, that didn't. Teams wanted to hold their picks this year, so now the next thing is, will there be trades leading up to free agency for for Vegas, for instance? What are they going to do with Martinez? Is that deal going to get done, or are they going to have some space? Are they going to make a trade? We heard what Pete DeBoer said about the goalie situation. 2 goalies was fine last year. Next year is a different situation from the head coach's perspective. So it'll be fun the next little while. Silly is a good
depends who you are.
Good way. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't think many guys in the NHL are buying houses in the next 10 days.
No. Speaking of Tampa Bay, no draft choice in the first round tonight. No draft choice in the second round. They don't pick until the third round. They also, interestingly, have 3 seventh-round picks. their own, plus Nashville's and New Jersey's. They do have a third-round pick, fifth-round pick, sixth-round pick, the defending Stanley Cup champions, of course, having to move on from some of those high selections to build back-to-back Cup-winning rosters. And a former Tampa Bay Lightning general manager, Steve Yzerman, has already made a couple of picks here in this first draft. We're waiting on the Nashville Predators. Their pick is in at number 19. We're waiting on that, followed by the Edmonton Oilers, the Boston Bruins, and the Minnesota Wild.
You know, the Predators, Dan, last season, you thought at one point they were dead in the water. You know, you couldn't. They were just kind of this nondescript. You didn't know what to make of them. It was obvious that they had turned over the goaltending reins to UC Saros from Pecorine. You know, there was talk then, are they going to move maybe they ended up moving Ryan Ellis, but in the offseason. Then they go on this great run and they make the playoffs, surprisingly. So, but I'm still not quite sure. All right, are they just good enough to make the playoffs? Well, they were, but are they, you know, they're not the contender they were 2 or 3 years or 4 years ago. You know, are they kind of in that in-between where they're good enough to make it, but are they that far away? You know, they trade Ryan Ellis. I mean, you think about Ellis and Yossi and Ekholm. Those three guys were together a long, long time in Nashville. So I'm wondering what their thought process is now.
I'll give this for the Nashville Predators, and they've had a long history. If you think of the defensemen that have left that organization, and I'll exclude myself, but Shea Weber, Ryan Suter, Seth Jones, Ryan Ellis, PK Subban was there when he was a much better player than he is now. Like, they've been able to weather
Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee. President of Hockey Operations and General Manager David Poile will make the 19th selection in the 2021 NHL Draft on behalf of the Nashville Predators. David?
Thank you, Gary. Welcome.
David Poile was ready to go, but we lost contact with David Poile, so we'll see if we can reestablish the audio link. But for the moment, the Nashville Predators are on the clock, so stand by for that. And then following the Nashville Predators, it will be the Edmonton Oilers at number 20, the Bruins at 21. You're wondering about the Golden Knights. They will be the second to last selection here today, as the Golden Knights will be at 6 picks this year. So not a full 7, but they've got 6, including a few that are not their own. We'll see what they do with the 29th selection in just a little while.
Too bad we lost David Poile, because he's on the corner of one of the great streets in America.
I've lost connection with Dave and Gary there many a time.
In that spot.
right around that same
Lower
area.
Broadway,
Very
Nashville,
understandable
Tennessee.
What happens.
Oh, that's what a spot he's in. But your point, Dan, about the Golden Knights, so right now they've got 6 picks. But the first 2 are pretty close together, right? They've got picks number 30 in the first round and then 36 in the second. So there's not a lot of time. You know, they'll have round 2 tomorrow, but, you know, they're pretty tight together, just 6 picks apart for the VGK. And we'll see here in the not-too-distant future what direction they decide to go.
Nashville has selected Fedor Svechkov, who's a center who played in the AHL's version of the KHL, right, for Toliati. I cannot pronounce that in Russian. That's the Italian pronunciation. But Fedor Svechkov, a centerman who's also 18 years old, but has been playing professionally in Russia's number 2 league, kind of like the American League over there. So that is Fedor Svechkov going to Nashville with pick number 8. It's pick number 18, but round number 19.
He's a middle 6 forward, left wing center for a top tier team. Compares to Yanni Gord, solid 2-way center, one of the best defensive pivots in this draft, and has some offensive weapons as well.
And as of right now, signed to play in the KHL through the 22-23 season with St. Petersburg. So we'll see where that leads. But as of now, that's the plan for him.
Is that where Morozov is? Is he in St. Petersburg? He's in the KHL as well. Last year of his deal, and could be eligible to join the Golden Knights.
Yeah, that's right.
If after the trade deadline for the playoff run, if Vegas is in and if his team is done.
We will step aside. We've got much more coming up. Continuing on in our coverage of the 2021 NHL Draft, live from Studio 31 in Summerlin on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Discount Liquor now has 22 stores statewide. Is it true that Lee's Discount Liquor has the largest selection and lowest prices in town? Is it true that Kenny is taking over the family business? Sorry, Kenny. For the largest selection and lowest prices in town, there's only one Lee's Discount Liquor.
Our real estate system is totally broken. You don't have to grow up in a garage to know that. But this kid did, and worked and hustled to buy his own house, where he saw all his money go to other people. That's why he created Homie, a new way to sell your home that costs less, a whole lot less. With Homie, you pay one flat fee. You get a professional agent, professional pictures, and your house gets listed all over the internet. Did I tell you that Homie sells homes faster and for more money? Go to homie.com to find out how. Yeah, we've got your back.
A healthy lifestyle isn't just your diet. It's not just exercise. It's not how many books you read or how often you meditate. It's a mix of physical, mental, and emotional health. For more than 35 years, Health Plan of Nevada has been committed to helping Nevadans discover that perfect mix. We're more than a health plan. We're part of the community and dedicated to helping make Nevada a happier, healthier place to live. Learn how Health Plan of Nevada is taking on healthy at takingonhealthy.com.
Hey, bud. That's you. Come on.
We know life gets hectic. Work, kids, sports. Who could expect you to remember ice for the barbecue, diapers for the baby, or maybe it's food for the dog? Can't get to Terribles? Get Terribles to you. With all the essential items you need, complete with contactless delivery right to your doorstep. And ordering couldn't be easier with the free Terrible Social House app or online at terribleherbs.com. You got this. Can't get to Terribles? Get Terribles to you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Dan Duva here with Gary Lawless, Shane Knighty, Dave Gosier. Glad you could be with us. We are 19 picks into the 2021 NHL Draft. Golden Knights slated to pick second to last right before the Montreal Canadiens, and then on to the second round with the Chicago Blackhawks, which at one point was a Tampa Bay Lightning pick, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. With that, no pick as expected. The Minnesota Wild is trading. So you've got Minnesota trading 22, pick number 90 for pick number 20. So Minnesota moving up here, and we'll see what the Edmonton Oilers do as they move back just a little bit. It's interesting to move just a couple of spots. So somebody was really in on somebody, it appears.
Well, if they see a player that's heavily desired, that they feel that he might not stick around that much longer, they're going to make the move, and that's exactly what Bill Guerin's decided to do here as the Wild get ready to make their selection at number 20 after trading with Edmonton.
So you know the years are going by when you start to have sons of players that, like Shane, you played with Mike Sillinger, right?
I played with Mike Sillinger, played with Dale McTavish. His son went number 3.
We had Brian Boucher's son, Tyler, get drafted today. It was a pretty good line by Cole Sillinger earlier here. So he get picked by the Columbus Blue Jackets, and he joked around. He says, probably I had a 50% chance of being picked by one of the teams my dad played for. His father played for 12 different teams. So
all because he was good to face off.
Including the Blue Jackets, right? So his son gets picked by Columbus earlier tonight.
So again, the Edmonton Oilers, which had been 22, moving up to number 20. The club in between was the Boston Bruins. So we were wondering earlier about, what the New York Rangers would do. Maybe they would have gone with a goaltender. Sebastian Cossa was the goaltender taken by the Detroit Red Wings. Rangers were rumored to want a goalie. Detroit jumps up, moves ahead of the Rangers. So now you're wondering, perhaps here Minnesota had somebody in mind that perhaps the Boston Bruins were rumored to take. Now, I don't know who it might be. Dave, you know the people in Boston.
They have some needs, to say the least. But and I guess the big news out of there today is Taylor Hall staying in Boston, right? A 4-year deal, which pretty good number for the Bruins, $24 million over 4 years. Taylor Hall had a chance, before, was it last year, right? Or 2 years when he signed a 1-year deal with Buffalo. And decided just to go for the 1 year. Well, I mean, still a pretty good wage.
He's not hurt.
He's not. There's no bake sales.
I think he's a player that maybe found a fit for himself. Doesn't want to move. Able to take a little bit of a hometown haircut for the Boston Bruins to stay with an organization he feels is still competitive. Still has a lot of pieces that make them, a favorite to compete for the Stanley Cup. So for him, it's. Maybe a little bit of peace of mind not having to move, and feels he's in the right organization. I think it's a good fit for both player and team.
Yeah, they have some decisions on Tuukka Rask, David Krejci, free agents, obviously, and lose Jeremy Lauzon in the expansion draft to Seattle just the other night. You're mentioning, Shane, about Bill Guerin. What a job he's done here. And only a year on the job there in Minnesota. Gave the Golden Knights all they could handle in that first-round playoff series, forced them to 7 games after Vegas went up 3-1, made significant changes, including turning over both goaltenders prior to last season with Cam Talbot and Kaapo Kähkönen. Brings over Kirill Kaprizov. I guess that's kind of the big... I read something the other day, Gary, that Kaprizov has a big offer to go back and play in the KHL. Whether he would do that or not, I don't know. But just a dynamic Rookie-of-the-Year player that they've made significant changes that have really paid off for them over this last year.
Well, and Suter and Parisi, those moves.
Bought them out.
Yeah. He waited to come over, right? He didn't come over. He was 24 this year. And so for him, he's, Bill Guerin is looking at it as, well, you've done it for 1 year. I'm not giving you 8x8 or 8x9 or, what I mean? And in his mind, he's like, just because I didn't play in the AHL, I played in the KHL, and I brought my game. This is who I am. You need to pay me. And if you're not going to, I'll go to St. Petersburg.
Right.
So a bit of a pickle there for Bill Guerin. I think in the end, the player will win. He's going to get his money.
So with that, the Minnesota Wild having moved up just a couple of spots, making a trade with the Edmonton Oilers, looks like we're ready to go to the podium. Not quite yet, apparently. We're standing by, so stay tuned for who it might be. You wonder if this is where a goaltender goes again, right? We're talking about goaltenders. The next one on a lot of boards would be Jesper Wallstedt, the Swedish goaltender. So you wonder if that is in the thinking here for the Minnesota Wild. We shall see.
I believe that's their pick. As you just said, Dan, I believe that they're going to take Jesper.
Yeah, Mike Russo is tweeting about Jesper Wallstedt as well. So,
well, Dan, look, you should have went up to the podium. You knew exactly what they wanted.
Another fun fact:
you didn't know that Dylan Guenther was going to go 9th instead of 1st.
Well, Gary, somebody had him as first overall.
I thought you had his jersey on there for a while.
It is official. We didn't get the audio, but Jesper Wallstedt is the selection for the Minnesota Wild. Goaltender, 20th pick. He is from Sweden and actually lives right down the road from Nicholas Lidstrom.
There you go. Not a bad guy. Even through osmosis to be able to learn from him. Yeah, he and it's so Minnesota trades up here, right? They still have their pick at 26, I believe, right? If I'm reading this correctly, Mike Russo usually always has it right. Yes. So they've got another pick coming up here and 6 picks from now. So
Russo was tweeting. He was hoping that they were going to trade out of the first round because he's tired. He doesn't want to have to write anymore today. Now he's going to have to do 2 stories.
So he would be the highest drafted Swedish goaltender, right? Oscar Dansk and Jacob Markstrom, both Swedish-born goaltenders, but this is the highest drafted Swedish goalies, Oscar Dansk and Jacob Markstrom, before Jesper Wallstedt here today.
Jesper and his brother also.
There we go. We had a little taste of Emily Kaplan. Hi, Emily, but we'll check in with her perhaps another time. Boston Bruins are on the clock right now at pick number 21, but again, Jesper Wallstedt is the selection, the second goaltender to go. As mentioned earlier, Sebastian Kosa, a.k.a. Seabass, going to the Detroit Red Wings. So 2 goaltenders off the board, 1 Canadian-born and another Swedish-born.
So if you're a Swedish-born goaltender, you had to have grown up in Sweden idolizing Henrik Lundqvist. This kid did, went to his goalie camps over in Sweden as well. So,
and like you see with goalies nowadays, mentioned, first one is 6'6". This Wallstead 6'3", good size. And when you have that type of size and that now and the ability, the way these goalies are trained, you said if you're going to Lundqvist goalie camp, I'm sure you learn at a young age. But certainly for the Minnesota Wild, and as you said before, Kakkonen's still there with them, another good young goaltender. I know Talbot's their guy, but certainly kind of shoring up that position for the future in Minnesota.
We'll step aside when we come back. The Boston Bruins pick at number 21. Cruising along tonight. Thanks for joining us for the draft here on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
When you run the largest personal injury law firm in Nevada, you get to know a lot of interesting characters.
So, what happened to you, partner?
Hit by a Bronco. What happened?
Slip and fall.
So, this happened in an accident?
You should have seen what I could do before I got hurt.
Some dummy rear-ended me. Us. Shh.
The Richard Harris Law Firm. No one knows Nevada like we do.
I want you to pedal into the next dimension. Spin it! Spin! Spin! Uh-oh! Carmen's falling behind. Let's give her the hiss of shame. Spin! Spin! Spin till you bleed!
Don't ride the bike of shame. Come to Planet Fitness and find your own lane with tons of equipment, free fitness training, and no hissing. Join today for just $10 a month.
Now is no time to return to normal. It's time to go places normal's never been. Oh, bellissimo, Carlo. And do things normal can't even imagine. It's a whole new day, people. What's up, Roy? So don't waste it. Copperfield, you're magic.
I know.
It's time for the time of your life. Hey, boys. 1 second. Tell Gaga whatever she's thinking. We love it. And Vegas is where you'll find it. Okay, commercials over, people. Back to work.
My daughter Dana fought a long battle with Crohn's disease before passing last year. Max has spent a lifetime scoring goals.
It's our goal to help the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation find a cure for this horrible disease, so no one else's child has to suffer like Dana did.
Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis may be unfamiliar to you, but there are currently over 3 million Americans suffering from both. Join Max and I in scoring our goal to find a cure.
Well, the Hartford Whalers are not picking right now. The Boston Bruins have, however. Fabian Lysell, a winger from Sweden, is the Bruins' choice at number 21.
So, there's all different publications, right, and where players are ranked. The one that we have had him as high as 13th. So
mine has him at 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With comparisons to like Nikolai Ehlers, dynamic type of offensive player, and good pick for the Boston Bruins. I just looked at him; he looked like a young former Boston Bruin from Sweden named PJ Axelsson. Certainly a little more skill maybe than Axelsson had. He was more of a defensive type player, but certainly here's a guy that can create scoring chances, quick release, offensive instincts. Bruins trying to bring a little bit more of that. They've kind of been a one-line team for a lot of years, and hopefully this is a young guy that develops in that Bruins organization.
Tie for the team scoring lead among all Swedes in the U18 World Championships at 9 points for Team Sweden in the tournament. So, yeah, to your point, Shane, that's kind of been the Achilles heel for the Bruins over the last few years. It's been the perfection line, and then David Krejci and
Taylor Hall now.
But the lack of scoring, lack of depth scoring has been an issue for them over the last little while. Obviously, they had the run to the Game 7 at home, lost to the Blues in the Cup Final in 2019, but since then have not been able to do much in terms of making any deep runs in the playoffs. So, and again, some issues for them. Big-name free agents. Tuukka Rask has said that if he's going to continue to play, he's going to play in Boston. He's not going to go anywhere else. David Krejci was their highest-paid player on the team over the last few years, more than Patrice Bergeron, more than Brad Marchand. Anyway, for the Bruins, they go with Lysell here out of Sweden, out of Gothenburg, Sweden, with pick number 21, and the Oilers on the clock now, Dan, at 22.
Lysell is the second consecutive Swede drafted after Wallstedt, and he is the fifth Swede drafted overall. So when you look at the list of the different countries where guys have come from, obviously Canada leads the pack. United States and Sweden now neck and neck when you look at the different countries represented, and Edmonton Oilers on the clock.
I'm kind of interested. The Edmonton Oilers, this is a team that traded with the Wild, who the Wild took Wallstedt, the goaltender, and if there's one area the Edmonton Oilers need is a goaltender. Like, they just, Mike Smith, love how competitive he is, but
2 more years.
Yeah, I think is he 40? He's right there, 39 and 40. I don't know. You know, this team's so much talent up front. Certainly they lost a key part of the defense in Larson going to Seattle, but they need to have a goalie. Kind of shocked they switched that pick, so we'll see what they decide to do here at number 22.
Let's go live now to one of our special guests. He is from Hockey Night in Canada. He is Chris Johnston. Chris, it's Dan, Gary, Shane, and Dave. How are you?
Good to see you guys. How are you guys doing?
CJ.
And a whole cast of characters here, CJ.
This is fantastic. Well, let's dive right into it, Chris. What's the story here with Minnesota making the trade with the Oilers, and what's going on here?
Well, I mean, look, Edmonton didn't have a pick until the fourth round after that number 20 pick. So, I think for them, it's a chance to recoup some of the capital they've given up. We've seen them make a number of trades the last few trade deadlines. They gave up picks in the Duncan Keith deal they made here recently. So, they obviously weren't as...
Looks like we've got the pick coming in from the Edmonton Oilers, so we'll be standing by for that. And Chris Johnston, our guest from Hockey Night in Canada. And we might, I don't know, he looks kind of frozen to me.
He looks frozen in time.
He looks frozen.
He looks good.
Oh, there he is. Hey, he's back.
How many of these have we done over the last year and a half? Well, good. We thought we lost you for a second, Chris. But, guys.
I was looking at myself frozen for far too long on that screen.
Chris, is anything surprised you? Has anything caught your attention the most here through not quite the entire first round, but almost through it?
Well, I have to be honest. I'm certainly not an expert on the kids, the prospects that are getting drafted tonight, and it's been especially difficult this year. I know for scouting staffs to, have a read on what goes on. So I'm a little bit more in the dark about that. But it's been a pretty big day for what I do specialize in a little bit more in terms of the amount of trading action we saw around the league. I still think there's quite a bit more to come. It doesn't seem like maybe during the show here tonight, but between tonight and tomorrow morning, as we get into rounds 2 through 7 of the draft, I think we're going to see more trades. And obviously in the next week, as we look ahead to only a few days till free agency, everything's so compact this offseason.
2 questions for you. When does the Eichel deal happen? Is it this going to drag on through the summer, or do you think it's something that happens before free agency? And what's Ron Francis up to? Really quiet.
I'm going to interrupt Chris and Gary for a moment because we've got an Edmonton Oilers pick. Here is the commissioner introducing the pick.
Ken Holland, president of hockey operations and general manager of the Oilers, will make the pick. Ken?
Edmonton Oilers select from Shawinigan of the Quebec Junior League, Xavier Bourgault.
Xavier Bourgault from the Quebec Major Junior League, a centerman for Shawinigan, Quebec-born, and he's a little bit older. He's a 2002 birth year, right-handed shooting centerman. Chris, any thoughts on the Edmonton Oilers selection right there at number 22?
Well, they're at such an interesting spot, right? I mean, they're basically looking at the next 4 years of their team as their window to get work done. And so it's kind of strikes me, first thought is that they've taken someone who's a little bit older because, any pick they add at this point is probably someone they're looking at trading, quite honestly. I think that they're highly focused on maximizing the window here where Leon Draisaitl is signed, which is 4 years. Connor McDavid has 5 years left on his contract. We've seen them give an 8-year deal to Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. It's going to be a 7 or 8 year deal to Zach Hyman, who they're adding in free agency. But essentially, they're trying to win in the very near term. So, I wonder if they've gone for maybe a bit of an older prospect here with hopes they'll get there sooner. But, at this point, the Oilers are one of these teams. Anyone they're adding into their farm system, I think, is almost trade bait, so to speak, because they're so focused on trying to win in these next couple seasons.
Just to go back to what we were talking about before, when do you think the Eichel deal happens, and what's Ron Francis up to? It's a little perplexing that he's got all that cap space, didn't really collect assets in the expansion draft, and he's been pretty quiet.
Right. I'm worried about the Eichel deal. Like the window for me, Gary, to get something like this done was tonight, because obviously a part of that deal you would think would be a first-round draft pick that you can make right away. Sort of like we've seen with the Seth Jones deal with the first rounder going to Columbus, 12th overall. When you get through this draft, I think it maybe gets a little bit harder to make that deal. You're losing some of the kind of deadline pressure of doing that. I still think he will be moved before the next season, but the fact it didn't get done before this first round to me suggests it's probably going to drag on a little longer. As for the Kraken, there's a couple things. They're going to be way more active than the Vegas Golden Knights were, you guys, in your first season in free agency. I think that they're going to be spending money on players, come Wednesday when the market opens. But I'm with you that it's somewhat surprising. I mean, look, they took 12 defensemen. I believe that the Golden Knights selected 13 in their expansion, the maximum allowable. And we saw a few players, flipped within a day or two of that expansion draft passing. That hasn't happened here. I'm with you. I'm a little surprised they weren't able to leverage the other teams against one another. I would suggest it's because George McPhee and Kelly McCrimmon did such a good job back in 2017 that there's some scars in the other front offices around the league when it comes to expansion. They don't want to do too much with the Seattle Kraken. But, my expectation is, A, that they'll be spending, some money in free agency, and B, that they will move a couple of those D-men out here in the coming days.
Chris, I just want to go back to the Eichel. Do you see what Seth Jones commanded, even like Ryan Ellis, the picks? What is it going to take for Jack Eichel? Is it going to be just too much of an ask, or is there going to be a way that a team can work it out?
I think someone will do it, but, that's a barrier. Look, I mean, the trouble, too, of course, is he's coming off a pretty serious neck injury. I mean, Jack Eichel barely played this season. There's been some disagreement between the front office of the Sabres and the doctors there and Jack Eichel's camp about how this should be handled. I mean, there's question marks about his health. He has a $10 million contract, and as great a player as he is, that's a barrier for a lot of teams in terms of acquiring that type of player. And then there's the ask. And so I think a team like Anaheim, for example, makes a lot of sense. I think the Ducks have interest, but, I don't know how willing they are to give up someone like Jamie Drysdale or Trevor Zegras, some of the nice young prospects they have coming. I think the New York Rangers make some sense. They've been connected to Jack Eichel for some time. We've seen them shipped out some salary here. But, the asks are significant. Ultimately, I think when push comes to shove, someone's going to bite the bullet, and that's sort of the bet, I guess, if you're Kevin Adams, if you're in the Sabres front office, that someone will, won't be able to resist the talent and the possibility here. But, it's not an easy trade to make, I think, because of the combination of the health, the salary cap, and the fact that, the really good teams don't have the room to add them, and they don't have maybe the prospects to add them. Some of the teams that have been down are just a little bit unsure about whether this is the right move to pull off right now.
Chris, we're going to go to Commissioner Bettman. He's got the Dallas Stars pick at number 23.
2021 NHL Draft on behalf of the Dallas Stars. Jim?
The Dallas Stars are proud to select from Windsor of the Ontario Hockey League, Wyatt Johnston.
So there is the pick for the Dallas Stars. It is Wyatt Johnston. And Chris, any relation?
No relation. No relation.
His dad pulled a Shane Knighty. He heard Windsor Spitfires, and he jumped up.
Yeah, but it was his son. At least it was, when that happened to me, they didn't follow with my name behind it. They got the right team, but it was my teammate at my draft. I got too excited. 2 rounds early.
The old,
I had to wait. I just waited a couple more rounds.
I know we all miss being together at the draft, but it is kind of cool being in all the living rooms here when these players are finding out about it and seeing their family reactions. It's been kind of fun.
Hey, Chris, one more for you. Shane mentioned the Seth Jones trade today. The other big one is Arizona and Vancouver, obviously, with Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Connor Garland heading to Vancouver. But what do you make of the trade? It seems like Arizona's in this. They're going to tear it down, it appears, and rebuild under Bill Armstrong. But for Ekman-Larsson, he's had a few down years, 6 years left on this deal with a cap hit of $8.25 million. What do you make of it?
Yeah, well, basically Vancouver unloaded $12 million of cap space for this coming season in their bottom 3, basically forwards. And they've spread that out over the pain of Oliver Ekman-Larsson's deal. I mean, for him, 5 more years at 8.25, not likely to age well. We'll see how he's rejuvenated with a change of scenery. I know things have gotten kind of stale for him in Arizona, and maybe this will be just what he needs to get, a spark in the second half of his career. But that's how kind of I see the move. It gives Jim Benning and the Canucks some short-term ability to do stuff. I mean, they got to sign Elias Pettersson and Quinn Hughes, which is, 2 of their bright young players moving forward, but also maybe adding some guys around them. But you're still going to have some cap pain down the road. And I think that's kind of the decision that they made with that deal. And you nailed Arizona on the nose there. I mean, they're looking ahead themselves. They're stockpiling tons of future assets, and I would expect that they'll be picking high in the draft when it comes to 2022.
Chris Johnston, not related to Dallas draft choice Wyatt Johnston, but Chris from Hockey Night in Canada. Chris, thanks very much. Great to see you, and we hope to see you again real soon.
Yeah, great to see you guys. Be well.
See you, CJ.
Chris Johnston, one of the best in the business. Great to have him here on the broadcast. We've got lots more straight ahead. The Florida Panthers are on the clock. Then the Columbus Blue Jackets with their 3rd pick here in the first round. Minnesota gets another pick. It'll be their 2nd. And then the Carolina Hurricanes with their 1st pick. Getting closer to the Golden Knights' 1st pick as well. Don't go anywhere. This is the 2021 NHL Draft on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
This is your moment. Your I can see the doctors I know moment. Your I've got options I can trust moment. Your I get to choose moment. This is your moment to get healthcare coverage with access to a large nationwide network. With Ambetter, you have access to the doctors you need when you need them right in your area. Get started at enrollambetter.com or call 855-680-3355.
Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. Us, unstoppable.
Universal Solar Direct.
Pay less for your electric.
Look at all these bills. We've got to find a way to save money somewhere.
Universal Solar. Let's go solar.
Call Universal Solar Direct now to go on a power play with our exclusive offer. 0 down, 0 payments for 5 months, and 0 interest for 9 years. Invest today, save for a lifetime.
Universal Solar.
Proud sponsor of the Vegas Golden Knights.
Call 702-483-6900.
Resorts World Las Vegas. Stay fabulous.
Here at City National Arena, customer experience is our #1 priority. It's very important that we have a reliable network. We use our network for our ticketing and sales, team store, and production. The most important thing Cox has provided for us is a reliable, fast fiber network. Cox Business has been a great partner for us here at the Golden Knights. On the ice, off the ice, on the road. They're with us wherever we go.
We're back. Dan Duva with Gary Lawless, Shane Knighty, Dave Gosher. Terrific crew behind the scenes. Thanks, everybody. Lots of fun so far. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Florida Panthers have their pick in at number 24. The Dallas Stars just choosing Wyatt Johnston, centerman, with pick number 23. And after that, Columbus, then Minnesota and Carolina. Again, we are standing by for the Florida Panthers pick. And again, a big thanks to Chris Johnston joining us. Wonderful insight from CJ, and we'll have some additional guests coming up. Don't forget the Golden Knights pick is number 30, so we'll stand by for that, 29, 30, however you look at it. So we'll have that coming up, and we'll see if there's any additional movement. We've had 2 in-draft trades, moving up, moving down. So we'll see what is on deck here for the Florida Panthers. The pick is in.
Well, Florida's certainly a team that's continuing to grow. You look at a lot of years, but a real step in the right direction this year. I think the biggest thing for the Florida Panthers is trying to build that fan base, and that playoff series against Tampa was one of my favorite to watch. Just you can really see the skill, the offensive power that the Florida Panthers have. They lost a key part in goal going to Seattle. We'll see if Bobrovsky can really kind of carry it. They're paying him enough. He should be. But Florida, yeah, certainly a team on the rise. I see them to be very, very competitive here in the next few years.
Good to see them take some steps in the right direction, too. They've had a lot of high picks, and then looks like, obviously, they're on the right track.
Let's find out who they've chosen at number 24.
Amateur scouting for the Panthers is with us from the Lauderdale Yacht Club in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Shane?
The Florida Panthers are proud to select from the Chicago Steel of the USHL, Mackie Samoskevich.
Mackie Samoskevich is the pick for the Florida Panthers. And so at number 24, that is the first selection, a winger chosen for the Florida Panthers, another product of the USHL's Chicago Steel. As good as the Michigan Wolverines have done today, Chicago Steel have got to be pretty impressed with their alumni, too.
Well, and it committed to University of Michigan.
Another Michigan product, right?
What a pipeline!
It's quite a draft for that for Michigan, but certainly a player here that Florida has done a real good job. You look at the skill they have on their team, and another guy that's going to bring a ton of that as he continues to grow and to develop for the Florida Panthers.
Well, and just to the point we were making earlier, Shane, it's good to see that franchise start to move in the right direction. They have not won a playoff series since they went to the final in 1996.
A couple of years ago.
25 years ago. Just to the point of some of their high picks over the last little while. Not to go back too far, but, obviously they took Jonathan Huberdeau not too long ago with a high pick. You've got Alexander Barkov, Aaron Ekblad. Some real building blocks that they're trying to move forward with. Joel Quenneville down there now as their head coach. Spencer Knight looks like he's going to be a real good goaltender for them. He was taken in the first round a couple of years ago. So, again, if you're going to build it, you've got to be able to build it through draft and developing, and it looks like they're trying to do that in South Florida.
Samoskevich dropped because of injury, and he's a really good skater. Kind of looks a little bit like plays a little bit like Jake Evans, sort of a third line center guy. So it's not a real sexy pick, but in Florida that's they've got a lot of high end guys. When you think of Barkov and Huberdeau up top, this is a player that they need some depth, and he will provide a real good two-way game. Is an excellent skater, and kind of uses his pace to dictate the game when he's on the ice.
You mentioned, Dan, Columbus with 3 picks in the first round. It's only the second time in their history they've had 3 first-round picks. A franchise that, they're in a tight spot here. Obviously, they trade Seth Jones today. Some good players have left that organization over the last few years, to say the least.
Well, they're trying to turn around Brad Larson, now the head coach. So they're trying to move things, move that culture. John Tortorella, who Brad Larson's, that was his mentor, but certainly he brings a different kind of mindset, probably a little more player-friendly type coaching atmosphere with Larson coming in. He's very familiar with the guys that are there, having been the assistant coach. So it'll be interesting what Columbus, John Davidson back in the organization. So they're trying to move things in the right direction there, and sometimes you got to strip it down.
Mackie Samoskevich is the selection for the Florida Panthers from Newtown, Connecticut, and has a sister who plays collegiately at Quinnipiac. Again, we're standing by the Columbus Blue Jackets pick. We've got a couple of moments before they have that pick in. Taking a step back here, guys. Golden Knights have been very much involved in drafts in the last few years and holding tight so far late here in round 1. I asked Kelly McCrimmon about this in the interview before the draft began. The thought of drafting the highest talent available versus drafting towards needs positionally. I mentioned the Anaheim Angels in the baseball draft selected only pitchers, no position players. I don't think anybody in hockey is doing anything quite like that. But what's your experience? What's your thought on that kind of decision breakdown between needs versus best talent available?
I think first round, you're taking best player available. I think as the draft goes on, you can look at more positional things to fill. But I think early on, it's about taking the best player you feel at any position that is available.
The player, unless he's usually in the top first 2 or 3 picks, doesn't come in and play right away anyway. So to draft for need is kind of a difficult thing to do because you don't know what your need is going to be in 3 years. You may have made a trade. Someone in your organization may have blossomed that you didn't expect. And so need is I don't know how you really do that. So it would be really interesting to be, in the Golden Knights in their draft room right now, because they'll have a player right now. There's a player that they didn't think was going to be available at 30. And they're hoping now. Right now, there is a player they're thinking, man, if he could only fall to 30, we would be so lucky and so happy if we could get that guy. Or their guy has just come off the board. They've just lost their guy in the last little while, and now they're recalibrating. It would be. I'd be fascinated to hear what they're saying.
Well, you should know. You're our insider. You're our VGK insider.
Are you writing the passing
notes? Isn't he the insider?
Yeah. He said, I wish I know. You should know.
You know what? I thought we were going to be the 2 bruising defensemen in the middle here. We were going to, and instead you're causing trouble. Pest.
So the Golden Knights have had 5 first-round picks in their history, right? The first year, Glass, Suzuki, and Brandstrom.
Yep.
Not here anymore.
Nope.
Pacioretty and Stone.
Yep. Yeah, exactly right. Yep. And Peyton Krebs, who, in a small sample size last year. And then, of course, our correspondent earlier tonight, Brendan Brisson, first round of last year. So they've had 5 in their brief history. And we'll see who they go with here. The 30th pick, round 1 tonight.
Let's go now to Gary Bettman introducing Columbus's pick at number 25.
To Nationwide Arena, where the Columbus Blue Jackets will round out their hat trick of first-round draft picks, and Jarmo Kekalainen, the general manager of the Columbus Blue Jackets, will make the pick. Jarmo?
To announce our next selection in the 2021 NHL Draft, I'd like to introduce a Day 1 Blue Jackets season ticket holder, Matthew Byrne.
With the 25th pick in the 2021 NHL Draft, the Columbus Blue Jackets select defenseman Corson Ceulemans from Brooks of the AJHL.
There it is, Corson Ceulemans, a defenseman from Beaumont, Alberta, a 6'2" right-handed shooting defenseman, and turned 18 years old this past May.
Not often you get a first rounder. It's very rare, anyways, to come out of the junior league, the Alberta Junior League, or BC JHL. And nobody comes out of the MJHL, I don't think, Gary, but certainly not easy to do. So player that obviously Columbus thought they'd go after. You look at their draft, they had a couple of forwards, so now they're able to pick a defenseman here in their third pick in the first round.
You don't hear Corson as a first name very often.
No.
Why is he named Corson? Well, his father, Colin, his favorite player was Shane Corson. They randomly run into each other in a hotel lobby, have a couple of beverages, and Colin, the father, calls his wife, Charla, after a few drinks and says, if we ever have a son, we're going to name him Corson. That's him. That's Corson. Just got drafted in the first round by the Columbus Blue Jackets.
In the spring of 1968, my father was watching the Masters, and Gary Player made a run, and he said to my mom, Gary's a good name. And sure enough, a little bouncing baby boy, not too little.
And the rest is literally.
You didn't get Gary Player's swing.
No, I didn't.
Did he win the tournament? Did he win the Masters that year?
I don't think so.
Oh, it's too bad.
Nice try.
Would have been a better story if he won
Learn
it.
something about Gary Lawless every day.
I did not know that.
How much more is there to learn, Gary?
Yeah.
Lots.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
yeah.
I was hoping so.
Shane Corson was my favorite player for a long time as well.
Is that right?
When he was in the NHL. Yeah.
Is he younger than you?
I still watch the game. I have a favorite player now, don't you?
Ceulemans, by the way, is heading to Wisconsin, and we'll talk more about him and what's up next. Minnesota Wild on the clock when we return. This is the Draft on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Not today, you greasy duck! Not this time, you wannabe knight! Not today, you scurvy sea creature!
Whoa, God! Guys, what are we doing? We have to get this right. The home opener against Seattle is on October 12th. Where's the flag? Oh, no. Go get it. I got it. How many more?
We play every team this season.
What?
What is going on?
Oh, man, it's rough. You want me to give him 5? Yeah. All right. Hey, guys, we're gonna take 5 here, guys. Grab a fruit snack, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. In the meantime, anyone here want to show Seattle how to lose to the Golden Knights? Any volunteers?
Hold my flag. I got this.
That's perfect, San Jose. 8 times last year, right this way. You'll be perfect for this. Thank you very much.
Wow, I'm so excited to be here. I've never been on set before. Why don't you make a banner about it or something? We already did, y'all. Avalanche!
Original 6, how you guys doing? Cool. You guys will be coming up soon, all right?
I'm so sick of these expansion teams. It was so much better when it was just the 6 of us.
Wee-wee! Florida team's doing good. Tampa, why don't you take 18 million steps towards Buffalo for me? You're gonna go next to last there. Thank you.
This is #1 bull.
All right, man, I think we got everything settled here. All good? Everyone's ready to go. We got Kraken coming in right now. I got it! Here you go. All right, let's reset right here. Start up from the top. 3, 2, 1, action.
NHL Draft. Glad you could join us today. Carson Lambos has been selected by the Minnesota Wild. We'll talk a little bit about Carson in just a moment. First, we are joined by one of TSN's top analysts. He is Craig Button. Hey, Craig, Dan Duva here. Gary Lawless, Shane Knighty, Dave Gosher. How are you?
I am really good. You talk about a murderer's row of animals. That is unbelievable, you guys.
Well, first off, are you hearing anything? The Golden Knights are just a few picks away. Anything that's come across your desk from a Golden Knights standpoint for you?
Gary's going to get a laugh out of this because I know my lane. And I always told people, if you want to know what's going on, follow Gary Lawless, follow Bob McKenzie, follow Darren Drager, follow Pierre LeBrun. Those are the guys that know what's going on. Me, I'm basically in the dark. I'm lucky. I get to respond to what's happened and give some analysis. I don't have to worry about finding out the news.
Who's fallen that you think could have gone earlier and is a real good value pick as we get into the late 20s here?
Yeah, first of all, I'm going to answer that, Gary, in a general way. You know, I think this draft is deep, and I say well into the second round with quality players. Top 6, top 2 line forwards, top 4 defensemen, and some goalies that I think can be number 1 goaltenders. So when I look at it, I think there's lots of good players that are available, and they're going to be available into round 2, and that's really important. And so now you know there's easy to pick out. You can go to the top names and to players that you go, oh boy, you know that guy hasn't gone and whatnot. I mean, I've talked about Zachary Leroux. He reminds me of Brad Marchand. I think he's a really, really good player. Last year and the year before, the Vegas Golden Knights took Brendan Brisson, and then the year before that, Peyton Krebs. They were both players that I thought were really, really good players. I thought that they were players, in my view, projecting them out, were ones that could be real top end, real good players offensively and really good two-way players. And I thought, in my view, that they were worthy of being selected much higher. So there's 2 examples, and we can look at Peyton and say, because of the Achilles heel injury that he dropped, Brendan Brisson, I don't know why he dropped, but you know, the Vegas Golden Knights have shown that they're going to find real good players deeper into the first round. They're going to find real good players into the second round, into the third round. And I think that should give every Golden Knights fan reason for optimism about the future. And the 2021 draft is about the future. And I don't think there's any question in my mind that Brisson and Peyton Krebs are going to be regulars for the Vegas Golden Knights in due time. And whoever they draft tonight in the first round, I've watched the scouting staff operate. They're really good.
Craig, I wanted to ask you, because it's such a unique year and for everybody scouting for all these teams that have done it, is this going to be maybe a draft we look back at? Because a lot of these kids didn't play, they didn't develop. Maybe, you know, you could look back and have a complete redraft. I know you can do that every year, but this year maybe more so because it's hard to know exactly where these guys are at. You're maybe projecting them from a year ago. Just how difficult was that, and maybe how do we look back on it maybe a couple years down the road?
Yeah, Shane, I think that, looking at it in that way, I mean, that was a reality of the situation. And you just pointed out something that is really significant. You know, we can look at it and say the players didn't have an opportunity to play. Therefore, the NHL teams and their personnel didn't have, what would be called the normal course of evaluation over a period of time to gain confidence in those evaluations. But what you just said, too, is really critical. The players didn't have an opportunity to develop. So one of the unknowns is also how much did that hinder players? And so looking forward, I think we know that this is a unique draft, but looking forward on it, we know that there's going to be some good players come out of different parts of the draft. That's true of every other draft. But I think when you look at this year's draft, I think that there's teams that have a lot of confidence in their abilities, and I'm not suggesting any team doesn't, but that confidence level isn't as high. And I think when we look back and we see players that have emerged, we see players that maybe haven't developed to the same extent. That's where the reassessment, the redraft is going to come in, and I think we're going to have to do it with that understanding of what was occurring during this time. But, you need time to develop. Players need playing time. And as you just pointed out, that was something that was, I don't want to say it was prevented, but it was lacking for some players, and it may affect them long term.
Craig, heck of a night for the University of Michigan, right? You've got, Owen Power goes number 1 overall, Matty Beniers goes number 2, Luke Hughes, who's committed to go to Michigan, goes 4th, and then Kent Johnston goes 5th. I don't know what they're doing out there in Ann Arbor and Mel Pearson, but what a story to have 4 of the first 5 picks in the draft either at Michigan or committed to go to Michigan.
Well, you did hear about Mackie Samaskevich,
Yes,
who just won
another
the
one,
first round of Florida. So there's another guy going to Michigan, right? I read a funny tweet, guys, that said Michigan might end up over the cap, with all these top picks.
Paul Bissonnette.
Yeah. I lived in Ann Arbor, guys, for 12 years, and I was there for the Fab Five, and I saw the excitement around the Fab Five. Jalen Rose and Juwan Howard, and it was phenomenal. This is a different type of Fab Four, shall we call them, and really good players. Mel Pearson does a great job there. And recruiting is the name of the game. And if you can recruit good players and then you can show that you can develop them, and that shows up not only in their ability to play in the NHL, but to be recognized by NHL teams as players worthy of spending the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th picks on, that's pretty significant. And I think that's something that every school, every college wants to hang their hat on. From my understanding, Jim Harbaugh has phoned Mel Pearson, and he wants some of his recruiting secrets. Because not even Michigan football has ever had 4 of the first 5 NFL picks drafted in their draft.
Craig, obviously this is a huge day on the NHL calendar, and it's kind of weird not all being together. And for you, this is your Super Bowl. What's it like for you to be, in your home in Calgary and not being able? I've watched you work the draft floor, to not be able to kind of, walk up to Doug Wilson and or Brad Treliving or Kelly McCrimmon or whoever and pick their brain a little bit.
How about the opportunity to ignore you when you're trying to get me to come on the radio?
That's what we do. We do it here enough, don't we? Ignore him here. We're still doing it here.
You know what? I don't need. They don't need any help. Okay, it's already 3-on-1. We don't need to make it 4-on-1.
Okay, Gary, I'm on your side now. The draft is fun, and the NHL draft is unique. There's no other draft like it, where the players come together, families and friends and people that have really supported the dream. And this is what it's about. It's about the dream. And so, I miss it. But for the players and their families and their friends to not experience, the excitement, the angst, the suspense, or am I going to hear my name called? And then you see that unbridled enthusiasm. It's something that last year's draft class will never experience. This year's won't experience it. For them, I really feel for them, because we all know what it's like because we've been there. These young players have never been there. Luke Hughes has been there because he was there for 2 drafts with his older brothers, Quinn and Jack. But he didn't get to experience it. And so being able to get back to that in the very near future, next year in Montreal, I think we're all going to be excited to see that. But most importantly, what a thrill for the players, because really the dream of playing in the NHL is, and this is one step forward, a significant step forward, to pull on an NHL jersey and know that an NHL team says, we want you. That is really, really special.
Craig, we've got a trade. Let's listen into the commissioner, Gary Bettman.
Both in the 2021 NHL Draft. So to reiterate, Carolina trades 27 to Nashville in exchange for 40 and 51. And that means, Nashville, you're on the clock.
All right, so a couple second round.
There you have it. So, again, Nashville has acquired the 27th pick from the Carolina Hurricanes. In return, Carolina gets 2 picks in the second round, number 40 and 51. Reaction to that, Craig?
Well, Tom Dundon said he's never going to draft a defenseman in the first round. So I'm wondering if his scouts were trying to push for a defenseman. And he said, I got to get out of this. This is going to make me look bad. But, I think it speaks to the draft in somewhat. All the time, through the draft, through draft prospects and evaluating players, I really think that, you get through the top 10, then you get through the next 10 to 12 players. From 20, 22 to 40, 45, I don't think there's much difference between the players with respect to assessment. You hear it all the time. We hear it all the time that, oh boy, we can't believe that player was there. Oh, we had that player rated much higher. And that's the uniqueness of evaluation by the individual teams. And the Carolina Hurricanes have been able to draft some good players outside the first round. Sebastian Aho comes to mind. Jacob Slavin certainly comes to mind. So, they feel that in this year's draft, obviously having those 2 picks or players and a group of players that they're targeting. And, sometimes having more is an advantage. And because you've had a record of success of hitting on second-round draft picks, gives you more confidence to make a move of this type. And for David Poile and the Nashville Predators, they're looking at a player that they want to get, and they're saying, hey, to trade those 2 picks, this is an opportunity to get a player that we rate and rank very highly.
Here is the pick. Gary Bettman introducing the Nashville Predators for pick 27.
Major Junior League, the Nashville Predators are proud to select Zachary LaRue.
Zach LaRue to the Nashville Predators. That was the voice of David Poile. Craig Button, your reaction.
I just mentioned Zachary LaRue. It's LaRue. He's one of my favorite players in the draft. I'm going to tell you who he's like. Okay, Shane, just be careful here. He reminds me of Brad Marchand, not only with his skill, but with his edge. He's got that type of game. Everybody that's on his team loves him for the most part and most times, because, there's times, as Shane, you got to bail those players out and sometimes have to protect them a little bit. But everybody hates playing against those guys. That's who Zachary reminds me of. That's the type of game he has. He has the skill and he has the edge.
I like those players on my team, like you said. I like them on your team. Some of my notes, they also had him compared to Matthew Tkachuk. So,
there you go. Our notes are similar, Shane.
I wonder if David Poile just cut off Kelly McCrimmon. You wonder if, because he's a guy that that Vegas would have liked to have that style of player. They don't have that guy in their organization right now. He would have been a good fit.
So you're telling me Kelly likes skilled, edgy, tough players? Yeah. Wow, that's a surprise.
Hey, one more for you, Craig, before we let you go. You mentioned Luke Hughes going 4th tonight. We've had 4 Sutter brothers go in the first round back in the day, right? 3 Stahl brothers. No American family has ever had 3 of their boys go in the first round of the NHL draft. What a special night for the Hughes family here tonight.
Well, it is, but I just want to say this real quickly. The Stahls had 3 first-round draft picks. Jordan and Eric, and then Mark ended up going in the first round. But at 1, 4, and 7, no trio of brothers has ever gone that high in a draft, and certainly for the Hughes family, it's special. And I know Jim and Ellen very well. I've known the family for a long time. I've watched the boys grow up. I've watched Luke play since he was 11, 12 years of age. And, they are, you start to look at the skill and how they approach the game. They love playing. They absolutely are passionate about playing. They're passionate about trying to do whatever they can to help a team win. And, it's got to be exciting for Jim and Ellen, watching their boys. We talk about dreams, but these are 3 special players that have all pursued their dreams with great enthusiasm and vigorously. And we all know what the sacrifices are. So, the Hughes family has certainly become one of USA hockey's preeminent hockey families.
Well, Craig, last one real quick. You had a story about Ekman Larsson heading to Vancouver. Quick thoughts on that whole big move between Vancouver and Arizona.
I really like Ekman Larsson. And, it's, one of the things, and I mean, you're down in Vegas, and, the Vegas Golden Knights have been just so good for 4 years. And people say, well, you know what? The Seattle Kraken, the Vegas Golden Knights have raised the bar for the Seattle Kraken. The Vegas Golden Knights have raised the bar for every team in the NHL, not named Tampa Bay, St. Louis, or Washington. So, when you look at what the Vegas Golden Knights have done, and, Kelly McCrimmon and George McPhee in the group there, they've looked at players and said, they signed Alex Pietrangelo, and Alex Pietrangelo is a really good player. And, everybody goes, all the term, all the dollars. Well, all I know is this. You're looking for good players. In a perfect world, in a theoretical world, you know what? It would be nice to have players, that don't have term or the dollars are a little less. The NHL doesn't operate in a theoretical world. It operates in the real world. And teams that are trying to be good have to evaluate the risk of signing players long-term, of acquiring players that can fit into their lineup, because ultimately the goal is to win. And to me, this move for the Vancouver Canucks and Jim Benning, he's trying to position his team to be better. And that's what the Vegas Golden Knights have done since day one. And other teams better pay attention, because the NHL and professional sports is about competition. It's not about being right in theory. You better be right in terms of your approach. And that's what Vancouver's trying to do.
Craig, thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it, and best wishes to you. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. Always a pleasure.
Thanks, Craig.
See you, Craig. Thanks.
Craig Button from TSN joining us. Terrific insight. And we go from that to the Colorado Avalanche selection at number 28. And it is a winger, Oscar Olausson. And Olausson from Sweden, another person off the board from Sweden, and he goes to the Colorado Avalanche.
See Freddie's kid, I wonder.
Well, as a forward going to a team that it's tough, you're a skilled forward. I'm sure there's a few years for him to develop to crack that lineup for the Colorado Avalanche. We know how high-powered they are up front, but certainly they love to have that skill, that speed, that quickness that Olausson will bring to their club.
Compared to a left-handed shooting Philip Forsberg. Pretty good comparison.
Not bad. And also, he's a 2002 birth year, so just a little bit older. And we'll see about that when we come back. New Jersey Devils on the clock. Again, you're listening to the 2021 NHL Draft live from Studio 31 at City National Arena in Summerlin on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Summer is back, and America First is here to help you make the most out of every sun-soaked second. With low rates on Visa, auto, RV, home loans, and daily loan payment giveaways. So whatever you've got planned, America First can help you get the funds you need to make every moment unforgettable and make summer yours. Truly.
Legend has it that in the great storm of 1781, John Jameson lost a barrel of his beloved smooth whiskey. He said goodbye to the crew and went in after it. In hindsight, that probably wasn't a good idea. Weeks later, a funeral was held. All of Ireland was in attendance, including John Jameson and his smooth-tasting whiskey.
Nacho Daddy, a Vegas original. 3 Las Vegas area locations. Ice cold beer, voted the best of Las Vegas margaritas. Nachos prepared to perfection. A great atmosphere for everyone. We're located in downtown Las Vegas, Summerlin, and on the Strip in Miracle Mile.
At Smith's, we take scrutinizing freshness to a whole new level, where only the best of the best of the best will do. But just because you can't get any higher than perfect 10 produce, that doesn't mean that we won't try. Because Smith's produce isn't just fresh, it's fresher than fresh. Smith's, fresh for everyone.
Your heating and cooling system goes down, or you find a huge leak. It's time to call Yes Air Conditioning and Plumbing. With more than 50 service trucks to cover the valley, we're always ready to help you 24 hours a day. Our technicians are highly trained to handle any plumbing or HVAC challenges in your home. In fact, they do their job so well, you may never see them again. Visit theyesmancan.com to schedule an appointment today.
This portion of the broadcast is brought to you by your Southern Nevada Toyota Dealers Association. Toyota is the official vehicle of hockey in Las Vegas. The New Jersey Devils pick is in at number 29. Let's listen in on who New Jersey has taken with their second pick here in the first round.
Second pick of the first round, Executive VP and General Manager Tom Fitzgerald. Please make the pick.
The New Jersey Devils are proud to select from the Sudbury Wolves, Chase Stillman.
Chase Stillman is the selection for New Jersey. They went with Luke Hughes at number 4, a defenseman, and they have gone with a right-handed shooting center with their second pick. It's number 29 overall, and another Peterborough native.
Son of longtime NHLer Corey Stillman, really good player, won a Stanley Cup. And
Two cups.
Thanks, Dave.
His brother just is in the league. Has
Yeah.
played some
Riley.
NHL. Riley.
Yep.
So
good skating, all good skaters, solid players, great hockey IQ.
hockey sense.
Yeah.
Just
Through the roof.
that was Corey there, the father's strength.
Yep.
So now finally we're here. The Golden Knights.
Oh, now it's time.
Are on the clock.
Here we go.
Yes, sir.
They're
the
on
next
the
toss
clock.
that we make will be to General Manager Kelly McCrimmon. It is just about that time. Pick number 30, and they're first here in the 2021 draft. They have had 4 drafts prior to this. Mentioned a handful of those first rounders. Last year, mentioned Brendan Brisson, who was a guest earlier on our broadcast, and he, of course, from the Michigan Wolverines. Peyton Krebs, the first-round pick the year before that. Knights did not have a first-round pick in 2018. You go back to 2017, Cody Glass, Nick Suzuki, and Eric Brandstrom. So someone is about to join that group, an elite company indeed. Golden Knights about 4 minutes away from their time expiring, so we'll be joining Kelly McCrimmon to make that announcement. And this is exciting, I'm sure, for the Golden Knights fans who have been waiting to figure out what name they're going to put back on their jersey, right? You got to get a red one, a gold one, a white one, or a steel gray one.
A lot of choices.
I'm interested to see which direction they're going to go
Yeah.
and what the Golden Knights feel the right fit is, what player they feel is best left available for them to take. So, as I said, this is Kelly and the staff right now will be. I wonder if there's any argument. I wonder when you get to this point if there's opinions going one way from half the room, the other room. I'm sure everybody does have, a player they feel right now, and ultimately, it's up to Kelly McCrimmon to make that final call.
Yeah, it'll be interesting too. Raph Pouliot is the head scout in the Quebec area, and he's a rising star, a really good scout. I wonder if in a year like this, do you lean on, some of those eyes like. No one played on Ontario, right? So Ken Hawley didn't get to watch the players in the Ontario League. Now, Hendrickson, who does Minnesota and a lot of the USHL, he would have seen a lot of games. Last year, he brought Jackson Hallam to the table, and Jackson Hallam, his progression this year through the roof. This guy is he played a few games with Green Bay in the USHL, then went back to his high school team, then went back to Green Bay at the end of the year, scored whenever he got in the lineup for Green Bay, and he's going to go to the college route next year. Really exciting player. And then also the scouts that we were able to watch the hockey in the Western Hockey League. Bobby Lowe's was, he was embedded in their bubble and watched all of those games. So it'll be fascinating to see which scout has the the push, what region the player comes from.
We had Jackson Hallam on the draft show last year, right, from Rock Creek. He was going to class. He was in high school.
Skipping a math test to talk to Gosher.
Yeah, he was going to the class you went to, wasn't it?
Econ. No, he
was above Dave.
But he had a high school. He had a game that night, a high school game that night, and you don't hear that every day.
No.
So, and I remember too, we had Bobby Lowe's on, Gary, and they were hoping he had a real good start to his high school season last year, if I'm not mistaken, right, Gary? And then they were hoping he wasn't going to have too good a start and generate more attention from other teams.
Yeah, just the right start, just to stay a little bit under the radar.
Not going nuts here.
Select him.
Take it easy.
He plays at a military school, and it's not in. He's not in the Twin Cities.
Yes.
He was out in the country, so he didn't. There wasn't as many eyeballs on him. But the Vegas scout that did that region, he went to every one of his games. They were teasing him that he was his uncle because he saw so much of him, and they were just thrilled they were able to get him. And so far, his progression has been really great.
We're standing by for the Golden Knights' first selection here in 2021. It is worth noting that this is the Golden Knights pick. Their second-round pick is the New Jersey Devils pick. And as you may know, the New Jersey Devils were not very good last year. So this amounts to the Golden Knights having 2 picks in the span of 7. So again, it's number 30 here, and then tomorrow morning it'll be pick number 36. The pick is in, and so we will be hearing Kelly McCrimmon, general manager of the Vegas Golden Knights, to tell us who is the Golden Knights selection in 2021.
From the Gatineau Olympic of the Canadian Hockey League, the Vegas Golden Knights are proud to select Zach Dean.
Pouliot pick, who we just talked about, plays for Gatineau in the Quebec Junior Hockey League, and obviously a guy that Raph would have seen a lot of this year.
I'll put up 10 goals, 20 points in just 23 games this year, but Zach Dean, some size, responsible both ways, and as you see, a lot of reports on him, a good two-way player, but put up some decent points this year. That's the Golden Knights' newest selection.
Center iceman as well, so they had
the value there.
Yeah, and they had Peyton Krebs, obviously, a couple of years ago. Their first-round pick was a center. I was interested to hear, guys, Brendan Brisson on earlier today, and he talked about he had moved to wing, I believe, this year at Michigan. He had played center most of his life, then moved to wing. Now you've got Zach Dean, another center iceman that they take with their first pick. So, yeah, as you said, Shane, basically a point-a-game player last year playing for Gatineau. And, Dan, you mentioned earlier the Quebec League kind of had some stops and starts in their season due to COVID outbreaks. But when he and they were able to play, he had himself a good year.
This is an interesting wrinkle about Zach Dean. There were some people that thought that he didn't have as great a season as they were hoping for, and a lot of these kids, it was hard for them.
Yeah, it's not easy.
And the emotion and the passion that you need to play hockey with was hard to get. It was hard to have when there was no one in the buildings, when you weren't with your family, and you wonder if this is a value pick, a guy that had a little bit of an off season because of some of these reasons and fell a little bit because of that. It'll be interesting to see where he goes from here.
His grandfather, Bob Dean, inducted into the Newfoundland and Labrador Hall of Fame. Wow. First ever Newfie to win the Memorial Cup back in 1962.
It's interesting.
Who was he playing for?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I can't. I don't know. It's right in this little booklet I'm reading here.
The secret's out. All this knowledge
I don't have
everybody
all
thought
this
was coming from
the
Dave's
coconut.
You mentioned Newfoundland, and though Zach is listed as a hometown of Grand Prairie, Alberta, he's considered from Newfoundland. He played junior hockey. When he was younger, he played in Newfoundland. And you mentioned, obviously, the family roots there. So we'll find out exactly the path for Zach Dean as we get to know him, and we'll hear from members of the Golden Knights organization. Perhaps we will hear from Zach himself. And again, Zach Dean, Golden Knights selection in the first round here in 2021. A 6-foot, 176-pound center, left-handed shooter, turned 18 years old in January from Gatineau in the Quebec Major Junior League. That is Zach Dean, taken by the Golden Knights here at pick number 30. We will step aside, and when we come back, more from the Draft 2021 on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
I get to choose moment. This is your moment to get healthcare coverage with access to a large nationwide network. With Ambetter, you have access to the doctors you need when you need them right in your area. Get started at enrollambetter.com or call 855-680-3355.
Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. Us, unstoppable.
Universal Solar Direct. Pay less for your electric.
Look at all these bills. We've got to find a way to save money somewhere.
Universal Solar.
Let's go solar.
Call Universal Solar Direct now to go on a power play with our exclusive offer. 0 down, 0 payments for 5 months, and 0 interest for 9 years. Invest today, save for a lifetime.
Universal Solar Direct.
Proud sponsor of the Vegas Golden Knights.
Call 702-483-6900.
World Las Vegas. Stay fabulous.
Here at City National Arena, customer experience is our #1 priority. It's very important that we have a reliable network. We use our network for our ticketing and sales, team store, and production. The most important thing Cox has provided for us is a reliable, fast fiber network. Cox Business has been a great partner for us here at the Golden Knights. On the ice, off the ice, on the road. They're with us wherever we go.
It's the 2021 National Hockey League Amateur Draft. The Golden Knights have made their selection. Zach Dean, who's played a couple of years in the Quebec Major Junior League for Gatineau, a 6-foot centerman, and he is the newest member of the Golden Knights organization. Dan Duva here with Gary Lawless, Shane Knighty, Dave Gosher, and we are now pleased to be joined for the second time this evening by General Manager of the Vegas Golden Knights, Kelly McCrimmon. Kelly, welcome back. We were just talking with you, it seems like just a few minutes ago. In fact, it was a couple hours ago. Let's talk about Zach Dean. Who is he? What do you know about him?
Well, he's a skilled centerman. He played in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League and the CHL, the Canadian Hockey League. He's from Newfoundland, actually, is where his home is. And, a player that we had really good coverage on. We have Raphael Pouliot, who scouts for us in Quebec, that's known the player for a number of years. This is a league that did play a regular schedule and playoffs this year, so we had an opportunity to watch him play a lot. We had a lot of reports on him from last season also, because he was highly regarded by Hockey Canada and their under-17 program. So we had good viewings on him there also, and skilled. He's got skill. That's what you're looking for with these types of picks, and actually very competitive. So it was a pick that we were really happy to make, and look forward to meeting him and have him as part of our organization.
What has the first round been like for you, Kelly? And observing, did it go by rote? Was it all over the place? Were you surprised at some of the teams that moved up?
It was probably more like the draft ordinarily is. It wasn't. It didn't go. It didn't go a different direction as quickly or as often as maybe what some people expected that it might. So it was like it was like an ordinary draft. So certainly there's some picks that took place in the draft tonight that we had ranked higher than where they went. We're ranked lower than where they went. Zach Dean is a player that we had ranked higher than where we selected him, which is how it ordinarily works as teams select players that you don't have ranked, in our case, in our top 29. So probably more like normal than I anticipated, to be honest.
Did you feel, well, I know you're confident with every pick, but you mentioned the ability to get more eyes on Zach, and this being a unique year, that wasn't the case for everybody. Him playing in the queue has allowed you to see him a little bit more. Does that maybe help your decision, or maybe a little more ease that you had more eyes on him and a little more, I guess, video or in person? Does that help in the scouting process and evaluation?
Yeah, high level of confidence that we knew the player real well. So that was really important. That was really important. And I talked, I believe, before the draft started, just about the work our amateur staff had done in preparation for the draft. And really outside of the Ontario Hockey League, we ended up getting pretty good viewings across the Canadian Hockey League, the USHL. Had a regular schedule and a playoff, and the European leagues we were able to get to, the under 18 championships that were in Frisco, Texas, at the end of the year, gave us another opportunity. Zach was a player that, because his team, his league had playoffs, he wasn't. No players from Quebec were able to be part of Canada's under 18 team that was in Frisco. But I guess just a reflection of what the Hockey Canada program feels about Zach. He's been invited to the World Junior Camp, which in Canada for 18-year-old players to be invited is a really good indicator that they see him as being a really good player. So that's consistent with what we had seen. And again, it wasn't just this year with Zach. We had good viewings on him last year also.
Could you touch it a little bit, Kelly, on just, this is for your scouting staff. It all culminates. This is their day. This is their Christmas morning, and especially over the last year plus and the challenges of trying to scout players in a COVID world. Just all the work that went into this day and this pick. Could you maybe speak to that a little bit?
Well, yeah, it's a really good point by you, Dave, and it's interesting how many of our staff got COVID trying to find our organization, hockey players, and all different parts of the world where we were watching hockey. We worked at it. I touched on it earlier, how hard our staff works and the leadership that they get from Bobby and Scott. And they're really proud people, and they to be an amateur scout is very selfless. You are doing a lot of work in rinks all over the world. You're watching leagues that are comparable in one country perhaps, and trying to compare them with leagues in another country. And it's there's the analytics piece to it, but it's the for the best guys, I think it's still an art and a science, and that's where the years of experience that we have on our staff, I think are really beneficial to us when we talk about players.
Kelly, you don't only have a new player, you have a new person in your organization in Zach Dean. Reaching out to him, of course, he sees his name on TV, and then he gets a call from someone in the organization. What's that like for you?
Well, if I didn't have to do media with you guys, it might be done already, but I don't know what it's going to be like.
All right. Well, on that note,
see you later.
We appreciate that. And
No, it'll be exciting. You saw on TV, the excitement for his family. As I mentioned, Raphael Pouliot is a member of our staff from Quebec that knows the player real well, and I'm sure Zach is thrilled, and the best part is we are too. So that's a real nice day for the organization, and pleased with the outcome.
Very good. And, of course, getting to pick early tomorrow. You had to wait a while tonight, but it'll be early on. Knights picking early in the second round tomorrow. Kelly, thanks again for your time. We appreciate it, and best of luck to you and your staff.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks, guys.
That is General Manager Kelly McCrimmon talking Zach Dean, the newest member of the Golden Knights organization.
So this is interesting. They will, right now, will reconvene. They have a list. There's 2 copies of the list. McCrimmon and Lowe's share one, and McPhee has one. That's the way it was done in the past anyways. It may be done a little bit different. That's it. There's 2 copies. No one else has a copy of it. And now they will recalibrate. They'll look at who's gone, and they'll juggle it, and then they'll make 2 new forms of their list, and those will guide them tomorrow. So they'll probably have a snack now, but then
I'd like to have a snack.
They'll well, you guys ate all the chicken, all the Raising Cane's.
It's pretty
There's
good.
None left for me and Dan.
It was good.
It's
I
true,
was hungry.
man. They ate it all. Anyways, they'll have a snack, and then they'll reconvene and get that list ready for tomorrow. It's they got some work ahead of them tonight.
And as you said earlier, Dan, the pick tomorrow comes quick, right? 36th pick. So 4th pick into the second round. It'll come early for the Golden Knights tomorrow morning.
And just to quickly update you on what happened after the Knights selected Zach Dean, there were 2 additional picks after the Golden Knights. Number 30, number 29th player technically, because number 11 was void because of the Coyotes. That's why the numbers aren't always lining up here. This is the 30th round, but the 29th selection for Zach Dean, centerman. And then after that, Montreal had its selection at Logan Mailloux, a defenseman from the London Knights in the OHL. And then to round things out, Nolan Allen, a defenseman to the Chicago Blackhawks. That was at one point a Tampa Bay Lightning selection, but it is Nolan Allen to the Blackhawks. And that wraps up the first round of the 2021 NHL Draft. Zach Dean is going to be joining us, so don't go anywhere. Just because the draft is over here in round 1 doesn't mean the coverage has concluded. Zach Dean will be joining us. We presume he's in Newfoundland. That is what Kelly McCrimmon mentioned in terms of his home. We mentioned he was born in Alberta, but hails from Newfoundland, family roots there, and will be joined by Zach Dean coming up in just a little bit.
It's late there.
It is very late there.
Yeah.
That is an hour and a half east of Eastern time.
They got their own time zone up there.
They
Hopefully he's not getting screeched tonight, and he's in good shape and ready to go.
People have no idea what that means. Do you want to share?
No.
Okay.
But, hopefully he takes a stroll down George Street a little later on tonight.
There you go. It involves kissing a fish. That's all I'll tell you.
Dan, you mentioned pick 34.
Yeah.
Nick Hague was selected 34th overall.
Great point. Yep.
Yeah, and actually I had breakfast the morning of that draft was in Chicago, and I went down for breakfast before going over to the rink, and McCrimmon and Lowe's were the only 2 guys in the restaurant, and I went and sat at a different table, and Kelly kind of sarcastically invited me over, and so I got to join them
against his will.
Against his will. He was kind of forced into it, I think, because there was no one else in the restaurant. But anyways, I can remember. I think I've told this story before. Without naming names, they said they were talking, and at the end of we were waiting for the bill, and Bobby said to Kelly, "Well, if one of the 2 oak trees is there for us, we'll be fine." And I don't know who the other oak tree was, but I know that I asked Bobby after. I go, "Was Nick Hague the oak tree?" He goes, "He was one of them." So they got their guy that morning.
They sure did. And the Golden Knights got their guy here tonight in round 1, Zach Dean, centerman from Gatineau in the Quebec Major Junior League. And Zach is joining us now live. Zach, Dan Duva, Gary Lawless, Shane Knighty, Dave Gosher. live here in Summerlin at the Golden Knights practice facility. Let me be among the first to congratulate you on being selected by the Vegas Golden Knights. How does that sound?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I can't believe it. I've been dreaming about this day my whole life, and I'm just so excited that it's come true.
Well, that hat looks great, Zach. You look like you were made for it. Congratulations.
Thank you. I think it looks great too.
So what's it like tonight, Zach? You're watching pick after pick, some movement, some teams make some trades. Are you thinking that maybe tonight's not your night? Or are you still watching carefully as the draft entered its final few picks of the first round?
Yeah, I mean, obviously that kind of comes to mind, but I think I was just I was relaxed. I tried to just stay calm, and then Vegas picked me, and I couldn't be happier.
Where are you right now, by the way?
I'm in St. John's, Newfoundland. I'm at a hotel with all my family and friends, so it was pretty special to be able to spend that with them.
Someone was suggesting you might take a walk down George Street here tonight. I don't know if that's in the cards, but there's something to be said about hockey in Newfoundland. We've all visited there. What does it mean to you to have those roots, hockey in Newfoundland?
Yeah, that's pretty special. I mean, over the years, Newfoundland has produced a lot of good players coming up through, and especially in the last few years. And I know the guys, Alex Newhook and Dawson Mercer. So it's pretty cool. And now me. So and to continue that with the 3 first-round picks now in the last 3 years. So it's pretty special, and it's an honor to be from Newfoundland.
Well, it's 1:15 in the morning there, first off, Zach, so thanks for doing this with us. Secondly, how much did you have discussions with the Golden Knights before the draft? And if you did you think they went fairly well, and were you fairly optimistic that you might end up being drafted by them before tonight was over?
Yeah, over the past few months, I've talked with Vegas a little bit. It's obviously doing all those interviews and Zoom calls. It's kind of hard to get a gist of where you'll go exactly. So, I mean, with Vegas, I'm happy with the pick, and I'm glad I'm a Vegas Golden Knight.
Zach, how would you describe your game? And maybe what areas are you looking to continue to grow and improve your game?
I think I'm a really fast player. I think I like to play the game with a lot of pace. I think I see the ice really well. I have great hockey IQ. I think I also have a little bit of grit, and I think that's kind of come into my game over the past few years. I'm not afraid to get in those areas, and I love to battle and compete. And in and every night, it's 100% for me. So I think that's what I want to bring, and I think that's what I will bring. So now over the summer and the next few years, I'm going to continue to work on everything, just the little things in my game. And some of the main things, I'm a centerman. I just work on my face-offs. I think for me, just shooting the puck a little bit more, I think I get into some prime scoring opportunities where I kind of look for that pass first and let off on a shot. So those are some big things that I'm working on. I think that will help my overall game for sure.
Zach, it's hard to believe the Golden Knights shortly here are going to be heading into season 5. They've had a pretty good run in the first 4 years. How much have you watched it from afar, and what have you made of what has become this Vegas hockey experience?
Yeah, I know. Like you said, they've been in the league now. It'll be 5 years, so it's pretty cool now to be a part of a new league team. So it's pretty special, and like you said, I've watched them over the last few years, and it's pretty cool, and I couldn't be happier.
Zach, we know it's been a crazy year. The OHL didn't play at all. The Q did play. Strange year there. What was it like for you and your team in Gatineau?
Yeah, obviously we were very lucky to play. During those times, we did have some stoppages where we had to take some time off, but I think my team and everyone in the league stuck with it. We had to have a good mindset, and in the end, we were lucky to play hockey, and that's what we were there to do. So overall, I'm just grateful that I was able to play hockey this year.
Is there a player in the NHL that you I don't know if you mold your game, but maybe a couple players you look at that you try to take some tips and some hints from?
Yeah, I think over the last couple of years, I kind of fell to watch on Matt Barzal. I think just some of his the things that he does with the puck, the way he skates and stuff like that. I think there's some similarities. So I'm just trying to watch him. I think there's some similarities there. So I like to watch him and try and apply some things that he does into my game.
Kelly McCrimmon talked a little bit about your game, and one of the things that he underlined was that you compete. And you just said that it's sort of just kind of came into your game in the last little while. Talk about that a bit, please.
Yeah, I think just coming from midget hockey and then into the Q, and then getting that kind of experience playing as a 16-year-old in that league, and just how the game coming up levels. You need to be able to play at a high pace. If a game you're not playing at that top where you're producing in points or whatever it is, if you're working hard every night, you're coming in at 100%. You can do a lot to help your team have success. So I think that's something that I've really learned over the past few years, and I think it's helped me a lot.
Zach, can you take us through the moment you heard your name called? You said you were at a hotel there in Newfoundland with your family and friends, but when you heard that announcement, what was it like and what was the scene like? Yeah, I mean, it was pretty surreal. I think the first thing I heard was Gatineau, and I was like, wow, is this me? But yeah, it was pretty cool. So I couldn't be happier to be able to spend that with my family, my friends, and have them all there with me. So.
Last thing from me, Zach, I just think, we've been reading a little bit about your grandfather, won the Memorial Cup back in 1962. If you could share a little bit about your family, who's been important in your life in the world of hockey or otherwise?
Yeah, pretty much my whole family. We're really close, and we like to spend a lot of time together. Christmas, we're all together, and just my parents and everyone it's been there right from the beginning. I'm an only child, so. They've done a lot for me since putting me in hockey, spending the money on putting me in different sports, and just helping me and being there for all my decisions growing up. And I couldn't be grateful for that. So, yeah.
Well, from all of us here in the studio, Zach, congratulations. Welcome to the Vegas Golden Knights organization, and we look forward to seeing you in person real soon.
Perfect. Thank you.
Congrats.
Congrats, Zach.
Congrats, Zach.
Zach Dean, who played for Gatineau in the Quebec Major Junior League. Family roots there in Newfoundland, and the Golden Knights have a new member of the organization.
I love seeing how excited they are. You just can see how excited the kid is right now. I don't know what it's like to go in the first round.
Well, but you got drafted.
Yeah, but this is different, to be a high pick, and certainly, there's a little extra when you see what you're going to, the organization of the Vegas Golden Knights. We know, there's excitement not only how good the team. Well, maybe the kids don't think about that. They're just happy to be selected at this point. But certainly I think there's a little extra, for the Vegas Golden Knights. I love that he's from Newfoundland. A lot of good characters from up there. I love the way he spoke about the compete and his game. Very well spoken about, he's kind of got his eyes on where he wants to get to. And this just is another push in that direction. This is the type of motivation these kids want to look for. So big summer for him.
I liked it when we said the hat looks good. He said, I think it looks good too. That was fantastic. A little personality, a little confidence.
Talked about when he heard Gatineau, is this me? Is this me? Like, there's got to be a point where it maybe almost black out. Like, I can't believe this is actually happening. He's an only child. He's got a lot going for him right there. He's on the right road, just like that.
Says the only child.
What a lucky guy he is. And what a night for him, right?
Exciting.
Fantastic.
And obviously a number of young men have been selected today, and a special night for each of them. And, boy, just take a deep breath and you realize it was a tough year. Some of these guys did not play where they intended to play. We didn't know that there was going to be a draft here tonight. A lot of people at a lot of leagues whose names you'll never hear put a lot in behind the scenes just to get these young guys on the ice and playing games. And then at the professional level to scout them and find the right places and homes for these young men. And so with that, we will wrap things up. And a reminder that tomorrow, 8 o'clock is the coverage. 8 a.m.
Yikes.
Tomorrow morning. Round 2 begins, and we will be right back here with live coverage. We'll be on the radio, Fox Sports Las Vegas. Video streaming, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, you name it, we've got it, and it's all right here. Any final thoughts, guys, as we wrap up the final minute or so of the program?
Well, my only thought, Dan, is something Kelly McCrimmon said. Look, amateur scouting can be, I think his phrase was, a thankless job. And, you're going into arenas in all corners of the world. He mentioned some of his staff got COVID, traveling to go try and scout some of these kids. But it all culminates in this moment. Tonight we'll have more tomorrow, but first round and just the work that these guys were able to do to get to this point in the draft.
So that'll wrap it up for us tonight. Big thanks to everybody behind the scenes. For Dave, Shane, and Gary, I'm Dan. Good night, everybody.